Thank you. Hi, welcome all to the City Council of the City of San Juan Bautista, regular meeting Tuesday, May 16th, 2023 at 5 p.m. Councilmember Sabathia, can you please start us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you very much. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Frios,
Here.
Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Freeman,
Here.
Councilmember Morris Lopez, Councilmember Sabathia,
Here.
Mayor Jordan.
Here. Okay, I would like to now take us out to closed session. Okay, may I have public comment before we go into closed session on anything on closed session? Thank you. None in chambers and not in Zoom. Thank you very much. We're off to chambers. Does anybody else's mic work? Hello? Oh, yay, we're live. I have to figure out why this one's not working. Jose to the front desk, please. Jose to the front desk.
Hello, hello,
Talk on the side.
hello. I think so.
All right, this is going to be a fun meeting. Hi, thank you. Welcome all to the regular scheduled meeting Tuesday, May 16th, 2023. Again, this is a regular meeting of the City Council of the City of San Juan Bautista. Attorney Rathie, can you please take us out of closed session?
Yes, ma'am. I could certainly do that. Thank you. The city council met this evening on the matter listed on the agenda, which was a closed session for a public performance evaluation. Under the government code, the employee being evaluated was the city manager. Council received information and provided direction. There was no reportable action taken this evening in the closed session.
Hello? I got it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, proclamations. We have several. Public Works Week, May 21 to 27, 2023. We did that already. Thank you very much. Is the city council ready to move forward? Thank you. Proclamations. The first proclamation is for National Public Works Week. Whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to the public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of San Juan Bautista. And whereas these infrastructure, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public works professionals who are engineers, managers, and employees at all levels of government and the private sector, who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, water treatment, and solid waste systems, public buildings, and other structures and facilities essential for our residents. And whereas it is in the public interest for the residents, civic leaders, and children in San Juan Bautista to gain knowledge of and to maintain ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs in their community. And whereas the 63rd Annual National Public Works Week's theme, Connecting the World Through Public Works, highlights the way public works professionals connect us physically through infrastructure and inspirationally through service of their communities, whereas first responders or daily workers carrying out their duties with pride. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Jordan, on behalf of the City of San Juan Bautista Council, do hereby designate the week of May 21st through 27th, 2023 as National Public Works Week, and urge all residents to join with representatives of the American Public Works Association and government agencies water saving ideas and assistance. I would like our public works folks to come up. Nick, our supervisor, Paul, Armando, Menno, Brian, come on up. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate you. Welcome on board. Thank you guys again. We really appreciate you. Number two. Oh, number two. Thanks for this, DJ. This comes to us from the Historic Resources Board. National Preservation Month. The Historical Society will nominate several buildings and residential homes, residential buildings for recognition, and they present this to the Historic Resources Board, and the Historic Resources Board gives a proclamation. Our own planning commissioner, Dave Medeiros, does these beautiful plaques on the recipients of the awards. And today we are celebrating the Neubauer property at 201 4th Street and the Pico Barando Adobe Native Daughters of the Golden West Adobe on 4th Street. And after careful consideration, the Historical Society recommends that these owners be recognized for their investment of time, talent, and treasures. So the Neubauer property on 201 4th Street, built circa 1898, is a charming one-story single-family residence in the folk style surrounding 3 mature pepper trees. It was originally located Tax Slushbow Santana property, now known as Hardines. The character defining features of this folk style house have been maintained and include a steep pitch side gabled roof, exterior cladding in horizontal beveled siding and board and batten, dropped secondary porch roof and squared wooden porch supports, wood sash, double hung windows, and the rental properties often appear neglected. And between tenants, the property owner has applied a fresh coat of paint to the house and cleaned up the picket style fence and has done a lot to freshen up the gardens as well as maintaining the historic landscape. I can remember Aggie from Aggie's Porch sitting there every day. So congratulations to the Neubauers. Their plaque is right there. Well deserved. It's a beautiful little house. Sorry. Next is the Pico Baranda Adobe, Native Daughters of the Golden West Adobe at 203 4th Street, built in 1836. And it has been very well maintained since the purchase by the Native Daughters parlor in 1935. In recent years, they have added a new roof, restored the balcony and exterior stairs, remediated issues with the solid flooring, done extensive repair work on the 4 adobe walls, and more. The character defining features of this Monterey style building have been maintained and include adobe structure system clad in plaster, hipped roof, a large wooden door with wrought iron hinges and door handle, a wood sash hung windows with multiple panes, and a full width balcony. And accepting this are Bonnie Campbell and Victoria Hansen. They're not hanging around. Get it and grab. The next one is LGBTQ plus Pride Month, June 2023. Whereas the City Council of San Juan Bautista recognizes and proclaims the month of June 23rd as Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and Queer Month, Pride Month throughout the city of San Juan Bautista. And whereas the city of San Juan Bautista joins to observe Pride Month with a pride flag raising ceremony to honor the history of LGBTQ liberation movement and to support the rights of all residents to experience equality and freedom from discrimination. And whereas the rainbow flag is widely recognized as a symbol of pride, inclusion, and support for social movements that advocate for LGBTQ plus people in society. And whereas the city of San Juan Bautista is committed to supporting visibly with dignity and equality for LGBTQ plus people in our diverse community. And whereas this nation was founded on the principles that every individual has infinite dignity and worth, and the City Council calls upon the people of San Juan Bautista to embrace this principle and work to eliminate prejudice everywhere it exists. And whereas celebrating Pride Month influences awareness and provides support and advocacy for the Pride Month LGBTQ plus community, and is an opportunity to take action and engage in dialogue to strengthen alliances, build acceptance and advance equal rights. And whereas the rainbow flag will be raised on June 1st, 2023, recognizing all LGBTQ plus residents whose influential and lasting contributions to our neighborhoods make San Juan Bautista a vibrant community in which to live, work, and visit. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Mayor Jordan, on behalf of San Juan Bautista City Council, do hereby proclaim June 23rd, June 2023 as Pride Month in support of LGBTQ plus community. Thank you very much. Public comment. Public comments are generally limited to 3 minutes per speaker on items that are not on the agenda and are under the city's subject matter jurisdiction. Do we have anybody for public comments on Zoom?
We have one hand raised, Mayor.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to speak on an item not on the agenda. Hello, 628. I'm sorry, 682. Hi, phone number 682-5690. Can you please unmute yourself? You can press *9 on your phone. Oh, hands removed. Thank you very much. Do we have anybody in chambers who wishes to speak to anything not on the agenda?
Mayor, we have three speakers. Mary.
Thank you. Welcome, Mary. You have 3 minutes. Thank you, Fran. Thank you. Can you please speak closer to the microphone, though we cannot hear you on Zoom? Thank you.
Hey, this is Charlie. We can't hear the speaker on Zoom.
Thanks, Charlie. Hang on one second, please.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. Is that better?
Oh, thank you very much. Much
Okay,
better.
yeah, I'm sorry. So as I was saying, we did this program between 2000 and 2007 and had upwards of 130 students from the local school district. And we did it again in 2015. And I believe Councilman Freeman actually went to that. We have a picture of some of the, on page 2, the description of the summer program. It was a 2-week program. We had a lot of field trips almost every day. It was organized. My group is mostly retired teachers. So we were very fortunate to have that many credentialed teachers who have extensive experience. Let's see, am I running? How much time do I have left? 1 minute or so? 2 minutes? Okay, great. So we actually had some people in the community help or run the program. Anissa Dizon, who's now a principal at Rancho School in Rancho Santana School in Hollister, lives here. She was actually our lead teacher. Quite a few people who live locally. Connie Bishop, who's a local retired teacher, helped run our program the last time. So we really focus on local natural history and cultural history. So that's been the theme in the past. And we're going to do a similar program. So you can see the description on page 2. We have a proposal for the staff on page 3. And sorry, I have to take my glasses off. And then you'll notice that we have a lot of volunteer drivers for our field trips. They're all pretty much local field trips in the area, like Pinnacle Organic Farm, Joe Morris's ranch on Mission Vineyard Road. We go to some of the parks sometimes. And so we think it's a pretty enriching program. It's been very popular. And let me see here. Oh, I have references. Dee Dee, Ania, and Anissa, those are the two. I was also asked to come up with a budget. So that's page 4. I'm going through rather quickly, I know, but you can let me know if you have questions. This is our proposal. This is based on our program in 2015, where we had 35 students. We were constrained by the space. We had to use the library, a lot of outdoor space, the park, and we also used a little bit the community center. It was not as available as in past years, but we kind of shared it with the senior lunch program and other programs. And then on the very last section, Appendix A, starting page 5, you'll see we were asked to provide resumes of the teachers. So I'll stop there. And I just wanted to say that we were told by Rochelle that there's a grant of $2,500 for this program. But in the past, like in early 2000s, when we did do this program, we would get over 10,000. I remember one year we had like over 15,000. I think because
Thank you for your time.
Oh.
Your time is up.
Oh, okay, well, thank you so much. So you can let me know. It'd be really great to know soon because we have to start hiring
Thank you.
people.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other public comments?
Cynthia Orozco.
Hi, my name is Cynthia Orozco. I'm property owner 2451 San Juan Hollister Road.
Hi,
Hi,
welcome.
thank you. I hate to start this meeting in a negative note, but I wasn't here when they had the commissioner directors meeting where there was targeted code enforcement to be able to speak out upon that. And I am here today for 2 reasons. One, for the agenda number K or letter K, and also to express my feeling about that targeted opinion on code enforcement and how they've been targeted or holding us to different standards. The Mission RV Park, and I'm going to point it out as it is, 400 San Juan Hollister Road, which is my neighbor, has been grading for years, putting thousands of yards of dirt in that property, and also excavating within the wetlands. And The city has not done absolutely anything to enforce any kind of remediation for that property and has been held to a different standard than I have. In fact, what I have noticed is that during this flood that just happened, the RV park not only impacted their own property and their tenants, they also impacted George Diaz's property and his tenants, and also my property, where the water was being put into our property because they were trying to save the RV park. And I would like to know, why is that we're held to different standards? Why am I held to some other law when the RV park has impacted it so much more and yet still is not forced to do an EIR, a CEQA, or even try to do any kind of remediation for any kind of violation, because a violation was never given to them? I want to know, why is it that our city official, Brian Fott, our assistant manager, in a meeting that we had with Bob and me and my attorney, he stated that because of what I put on Facebook, which was completely true, that he doesn't know how I dug myself a deeper hole. I honestly take that as a threat. And by what I've been challenged with all these studies and everything that I need to do to remediate my own very minor that I believe is very minor, I've been held to every standard of the law and some. So I'm requesting for Brian to be removed from anything directly or indirectly that has to do with my violation, because he did threaten that I just dug myself a deeper hole. So I'm assuming that that's exactly what he's referring to, that he would make me pay dearly for what I did. I accept my violation as grading. It wasn't much. It was 454 yards of dirt, and it has nothing to compare to what the RV did, which is thousands of yards of dirt, which flooded out their own tenants. And I have plenty of pictures for the city to see. And if you guys want to see this one, this is the flooding. That water went into my property as well. They impacted the creek. They impacted different things. This is the city's doing, and the sediment that was put into the channel.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment?
Yes, Ms. Patricia Baines.
Thank you very much.
Good evening.
Thank you. Welcome.
I am here to make a,
The microphone's not working.
can you hear me?
Yep, I think that's
Okay.
working.
I'm here to make a couple of announcements. The first is on June 3rd, the grand opening and ribbon cutting for the Multi-Services Business Center will be held at 302 3rd Street. And this is sponsored by the SJB Business Association, Inc., DBA San Juan Bautista Business Association. The community, it will be from 12 to 3. And the community will now have local access to basic services as copying, printing, faxing, bookkeeping, accounting, taxes. We're also doing free tax prep for our local seniors, immigration assistance, insurance, life insurance, as well as health insurance. And we're bringing on other services as they become available. There will be an open house for the attendees immediately after the opening ceremony with refreshments and music. And approximately 8 to 9 of our members will also be celebrating grand openings or anniversaries on that day. So we're going to celebrate in San Juan on June 3rd. The second is July 15th. We're holding a Christmas in July craft show at 507 from 11 to 4. There will be vendors, live entertainment, food, face painting, family fun. And we'll also have our sexy summer Santa. So come out and enjoy this.
Thank you very much. Yeah, any other-
No more public comments here in the chambers, but we do have 2 hands raised in Zoom.
Same number. Try the second one. Oh,
There's both of them.
That works. 682. 690, please introduce yourself.
Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name for the record.
Yes, good evening, City Council members. My name is Leticia Bugarin. I would like to speak on item 7K. I'm with Atlas Premier Properties in Salinas.
Thank you very much.
I was hired.
Excuse me, sorry, you can speak to 7K when 7K comes up. This is,
I can't hear you very clearly. It's very bumbly. Can you repeat that? I can't hear you.
thank you. This public comment on items not on the agenda.
I have a comment on something that is on the agenda, so this is not
Correct.
the time to speak.
This is for public comment on items not on the agenda.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Sorry, folks. We are experiencing technical difficulties. Okay, presentations. San Juan Bautista Business Association Annual Report. Jill Pagaran.
Don, can you pull up our presentation? Or, okay, thank you. Okay. Thank you. Okay, this is the San Juan Bautista Business Association's annual report to the San Juan City Council. Fran Fitzharris and I will be presenting tonight. The first slide we have is about San Juan Bautista Business Association. We are a membership organization designed to promote San Juan Bautista. Membership is made of tourism serving organizations and businesses. Since 2015, tourism promotion efforts have been designed to increase visitation to the city. Marketing is designed to complement stakeholders' individual efforts and provide opportunities they aren't participating in on their own. Our mission statement, this is the same one we've had since 2011. The mission statement of San Juan Bautista Business Association is to promote economic vitality while maintaining the charm and history of San Juan Bautista. Goals and objectives is to build a brand message that drives visitation. We use resources 25% digital, 75% mixed media. We attract corporate partners to support the brand, leverage our marketing efforts, and attract visitors, identify and develop markets for San Juan Bautista. And as we all know, we kind of got derailed during COVID, but hey, we're still moving. How we promote. And this is the part where we say we represent San Juan Bautista. Bob Quaid sits on the Economic Development Corporation Board for San Benito County. The SJBEDCAC, Fran's on that. San Juan Bautista Business Association meetings. The Economic Development Advisory Committee. San Benito County Business Council. Hazel Hawkins Hospital Foundation, Community Foundation of San Benito County, San Juan Aromas School District Foundation, San Juan Bautista Community Running Track Committee, Welcome Center Maintenance Setup and Design, meetings with Hollister Downtown Association, SB Chamber Board, Gilroy and Morgan Hill, California Visitor Center, Gilroy and Salinas. Those are who we have relationships with. More contributions.
I'll jump in here.
That's where Fran jumps in.
All right. Thank you, Jill. I talked to Jill and I felt really strongly about speaking about this section as it outlines so many of the things that we do out in the community where we're active, we're involved, and we're making a difference. You know, as you all know, because I look out and I see a lot of you participated in the Meet the Candidates That's something that we're really proud to do when that season comes along. Also, supporting the schools. That's something that we've really worked on in the last few years after COVID. You know, during COVID, there was many of us that supported the schools by opening up our internet and providing internet for those kids to do their homework and classes in our parklets. You know, they were having a struggle finding internet. The other thing is, you know, everybody knows about our holiday merchant event that we do every November, right? To promote late night shopping, kick off the holidays. We spend a lot of time also decorating. Heidi spends so much time basically spreading the holidays and the lights throughout our town, as well as our community corner. And then we have three main featured festivals that we work on, and we've really have grown with them. One of the biggest new ones is the International Film Festival, Poppy Jasper. It's a 17-year run festival that's primarily been in Morgan Hill and started to branch out. So we enjoyed our second year in San Juan Bautista in April. And really that festival is a lot of things for us. It's tourism at its best. It's also introduces San Juan to a lot of people that probably have never known about San Juan. But more importantly, it really highlights our community. This year we got to honor Lupe Valdez in a really wonderful ceremony where she was surrounded by her family and her husband. And we also had a local filmmaker. Everybody knows Freddie Avila, right? So his film that he had submitted, because the film festival really goes out of its way to allow lots of local films to be submitted. It's important to support local, as we all know. And Freddie's film won Best Drama. And so we look forward to making a big deal out of that soon. And then we jump into our community event, San Juan Day. I know everybody enjoyed San Juan Day last year. And it was something that that our group put together in a matter of 3 months. And, you know, it was really important for us to highlight our community and to involve everybody. You know, we set up a very nominal fee to encourage all the merchants to be out on the street with the rest of the festival. We also made sure that we brought in vendors, artisans that are highlighted in Edible Monterey, and also locally like Wise Goat and Hoppa Brothers, people that we need to highlight that do a lot for us. And we also brought in our local hula group that did a very nice job with luau's for us. So it really became our community event, and everybody really enjoyed it, and we look forward to doing that again. And the last is our Sip and Celebrate. We haven't been able to do this event for some time because of COVID, so we're excited to be bringing this back in a different way. We've heard lots of people comment like, we really need a bigger event for Dia los Muertos. And so this year's Sip and Celebrate will be designed around Dia los Muertos. So you will go into one of the pouring stations and you'll see an altar. Everyone will be dressed up. We're really going to highlight this really special celebration that happens here in San Juan Bautista. And so we're excited about that. And all of these events are put on through sponsorship, and all of the money that we generate with these festivals go back to the community. I was really lucky that long ago in 2019, Shauna Friels came to visit me in my tasting room, and Shauna was part of the 150th committee. And she said, Fran, I want to do a pub crawl for the 150th. I want to go Vertigo, Your Place, 18th Barrel, Daisies. And I said, Shauna, let's do bigger. Let's go bigger. Let's do a full on, wine and beer stroll. And there you go, was one of the most successful local beer and wine strolls was our Sip and Celebrate. People still talk about it today. So we're really proud of how we cultivate these events, how we execute them. There's a lot of skill set in our area and within our group. And the last thing I want to say is that there's a lot of things that we've done that we've talked about, but we've never been good at bragging about ourselves. We've never been good at saying, hey, look at us, look what we've done. We've never been good at that. That's a big mistake, something that we need to learn from. And so right now, I want to ask the board members that are in the room to please stand up. And I want to highlight that. So our annual, again, in our effort to really talk about what we do, we've logged in 5,583 volunteer hours with all these things that we've done and what we're talking about tonight. And I want to thank these people for that.
And I've spent all that time on a computer. Okay, by the numbers, this is stuff that you're really interested in here. Our digital communication, we've gone back to our constant contact mailing platform that we've used prior to COVID-19 when we went crazy, pushing out every piece of information we could get our hands on. So now we are back to the twice a month mailing for our digital communication. And out of 463 subscribers to our newsletter, we have a 48% open rate. And right now that is just coming into the first month back, the second mailing. So we're hoping to build on that. But even at that, that's almost half of people that get it open it. So our website maintenance, hosting, and visitors at 41,280. And those are the ones that have visited. We didn't have a calendar of events up for quite some time. We do now. And that, of course, is what people are visiting. And they usually hit that on Saturday between 1 and 4. They're looking for something to do either Sunday or Saturday evening. So that's what's driving our website. Facebook and Instagram. This is Fran's specialty. We have on SJBBA, we have 1.3 followers. Taste of San Juan is 1.7 followers. And Instagram, I guess, we have one more. What is that? Taste of San Juan has 1,000 followers. Hospitality is a membership, and there's 254 members. You have to join that group. Edible Monterey electronic newsletter that goes out to 11,900 people, and we do periodically do articles in that. This last time we did. Central Coast website. We are on the Central Coast website, 318,000 visitors, and it's up 4.1% from last year. Our filming, Alfredo Avila, which is Freddie from Teatro, he is contracted to do 15 more hours of our filming for us. KSBW, we've ran 54 30-second spots, visit San Juan Bautista. We ran articles in Sunset Magazine, Alaska Airlines In-Flight Magazine, and also Sunset Magazine West. And we do a co-op with Edible Monterey Bay on that. Mandigo, we did a small business Saturday, reusable bags. We did 1,000 bags and gave them out to people who were in town for Small Business Saturday. Visit San Juan Bautista brochures. These are the ones that are distributed throughout what we call our super cities. We do 20,000 of those. Central Coast, the original road trip map, 225,000 of those go out, and we have a distribution agreement. So they're in the airports and out at key visitor centers. Banners, we have 3 banners that are about San Juan Bautista. And if anybody wants to take them to a trade show or whatever, just reach out. We've got them to supply to people. Okay, then we have the next slide.
Welcome to San Juan Bautista, featuring an awesome historic district. More than 10 family festivals and events, plus specialty shops, 12 plus restaurants and eateries, 4 plus bars and tasting rooms, and 1 saloon. San Juan Bautista, open for business.
And here's a copy of this. Fran, did you want to speak?
I did want to comment. Just really quickly about edible Monterey. So in the last, I would say probably 2 years, we really started looking at, like, it was awesome when we got into Sunset Magazine. So the reality is we need to get in the right publications, right, to bring people to San Juan Bautista. And I tell you, Edible Monterey is that publication. If you are anybody in food and beverage, you want to be in Edible Monterey. So we really made an active effort to get an ad in Edible Monterey. It's not inexpensive, but I was able to work with them, and we do what we're calling a group, a co-op ad, a group ad, where it does allow a business to do it. And it is a good ad for us. It brings people here. This magazine is looked at by so many. It's almost a piece of artwork, the photos and things that go on. And so people collect them from all over. There's a edible Nashville, there's an edible Bay Area, Silicon Valley. I mean, edible is known all over, and it is the food and beverage magazine. And San Juan needs to be in that magazine, and we're hoping to grow it to be a full page. But that is what's going to bring people to our town. It gets frustrating sometimes because I don't really think people know what's here as far as food and beverage. We have the best farms around us. We have people like Lola, who's using the local farms. We have Brewery 25 using cherries from local farms here, and strawberries and coffee from Vertigo. Vertigo is using lots of the local. I mean, those are all things that we need to talk about. Again, we are our worst enemy. We are not good at talking about ourselves and bragging about ourselves. And that's been our focus for the San Juan Bautista Business Association. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's worth mentioning here too, this Edible Monterey Bay ad is a co-op with our local people. So we pay for some of the ad, but each of these, the Brewery 25, Bliss Blends, they all contribute also. So it was a collaborative event. Moving on to our work plan for 23-24. We have our priorities set by officers, which is our annual budget and accounting, funding guidelines, manage our consultants and outsources, and coordinate our meetings. Group 1, which consists of some of our board, is video production. They're doing the content and working with our videographer. We've established standard hashtags. Everything we do, there's 3 hashtags we're supposed to use. And if Eddie were here, he could tell you what they were. Events, priority 3 is our events. We are keying in on our supporting ones, that we bringing them back and working towards getting those out there. Content creation, come on guys, jump in and help. This is something that takes us hours to come up with content for all these venues and ads and whatever. Right now, we have an offer right now, Central California and Visit California also are calling out for content. Well, that means we have to sit down and write it and submit it and then find some pictures to go with it. So if anybody has any content or has a skill, I mean, we're pretty lucky to have Vanda. So let me know, because we could always use help on that. Group 2 is the ad structure, how we put our ads together. We are and have offered to co-pay, and I think another group in town, for a reprint on the historic walking trail. That is such a huge draw and success for our community, and we don't want that to go away or something to happen with it. It just didn't get the funding it needed. But I think it's everybody loves it, and you see people on every corner using it, and I think that's really huge. Okay, priority number 4, the media kits for business to travel with. One thing we do have, of course, is the banners, and we also have the stand-up roll banners. If you want one that says San Juan Bautista or Welcome to San Juan Bautista, we have those also. Okay, so our board, the entirety, we're working on a WALS contract to update quarterly. We're going to get our website up, functional the way it should be, and keep it that way quarterly. So it isn't just me trying to keep everything going there. Okay, we need to build a photo library. So if we need a picture of something, and Heidi has done a great job, she's a retired photographer, but if we need a picture of something for an article, we have it at our fingertips. That's what we need. Then we have the familiarization tours. We didn't do any this year. In the past, we've been able to entertain writers, travel writers. So that's a huge strength for us because they write about travel. Okay, and we need to strengthen our brand about what San Juan is, not what it's not. So when we say we're going to do something or we are something, we need to be that. Okay. So the summary is, as we move into the next fiscal year, we hope to put COVID fully behind us. The differences between 2019 and 2023 are monumental. Things have changed. San Juan Bautista Business Association will endeavor to adapt and move forward in a positive manner for the benefit of San Juan Bautista. There is hope that we all thrive and never have to hear the word pivot again. Thank you for your ongoing support as we continue to promote the city of San Juan Bautista. Open invitation to join us at our meeting the first Monday of the month at Posada San Juan Lobby Hotel at 9 a.m. So, and this is where we say thank you from the board of directors. But I want to say something nice about your public works. A lot of the stuff we do is because public works helps too. I mean, if we need to put up road things, we make sure, and they're always there helping, even on their day off. You see them off on Saturday, just kind of pitching in and helping us. So that's really wonderful. And they deserve their proclamation.
Thank you very much.
Just again, in highlighting our group and what they do. So a lot of people don't know this, but we get grant money also, and our grant writer is Jill. Jill works really hard, and that's not an easy task, as some of you will know. It's not an easy task, and Jill does that for this association and for San Juan Bautista.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Questions, comments from the council? Sorry. No. Go ahead. Sorry, I went out of turn this time. Go ahead. Oh, you need a mic.
Mics are dropping like flies. Thank you for the presentation. You mentioned that you had a desire to help or general call for help. How would one join? Is it just coming to the meetings? How does that work? Email or, and it's just you mentioned first Mondays? Okay. Okay. All right. So it's just a show up. There's no application process or anything like that. Cool. Oh, awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Thank you. Great presentation. And I learned a lot about what you do, because you're right, you don't brag on each other. So I appreciate you coming here with the formal presentation. And I just remember you guys being the teal and gray people and the corner community decorations and all the hard work you do. And thank you once again.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
Just echoing what Jackie said, but I'm really happy to see that the SIP walk and Sip and Celebrate is going to come back. I think that's great. I helped with it a little bit the last time, and it was one of those things that kind of got lost in COVID. Let's just put it that way. And I think it's a great thing that you're bringing it back, and anything I can do to help, just let me know. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have nothing but praise for everything that you all do for the city. It's absolutely amazing how far your reach is, and the city appreciates you. Public comment. Anybody on Zoom commenting on the presentation?
Madam Mayor, no hands raised.
Thank you very much. Do we have any comment on the presentation in Zoom? I mean, in chambers?
Yes, we have one.
Thank you.
Helena, on the presentation. Yes. Helena?
No, we're calling for public comment now
On the presentation.
on this subject, on the presentation. Hi, welcome. State your name for the records, please.
Yes, my name is Helena Walton.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you.
And
Mayor
please,
in City Council.
yeah, speak directly into the microphone. We're having a wee bit of difficulty this evening.
I just want to make sure that, and I thank you all for all the work that you've done. They have done a lot, so we do appreciate that. we just want to know, or I want to know, with regards to the promotions you do we get a say-so on what gets promoted? And what is the return on the investment? How do we know that the promotions that are being done is actually bringing forth the foot traffic that we need to our community? Is there a way for you to measure that? And if so, what are the measurements? Because I have a business here in San Juan too. And we still don't have a lot of foot traffic. So I want to know, how do we get incorporated in the process so that whatever marketing efforts that are going forth through the organization is tangible, and that we can discuss it to see if there has to be a different method or way of advertising so that we can realize the benefits as business owners.
Thank you very much. Any other questions in chambers? Comments? Nothing? No. Thank you very much. Thank you all again for that presentation. We appreciate it. Public hearing on weed abatement.
Hi, this is Charlie with the fire department. If we could make the fire chief oh, there he is. He's right there. But I'll go ahead and talk about it. This is to approve the resolution declaring the condition of certain properties to constitute a public nuisance, ordering the abatement of weeds thereon, and conduct a public hearing for the receipt of objections. So after today, we'll be able to enforce and send a contractor out if needed to mitigate weeds that aren't taken care of after today.
Thank you very much. Is the chief going to speak on this? Did you just say that?
No, just me, but he's a panel.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, the report in a little bit.
Thank you. Questions, comments, concern from the council? Council member Frails? Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Freeman?
No.
Thank you. Council member Jackie Morris Lopez?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
I have a question on the resolution here. It says the fiscal impact, estimated cost to be recovered from property owners. What is that estimated cost?
The estimated cost is usually what we charge them if we give an administrative site or if the city gives an administrative site. And then it's the cost of the contractor if we have them go in there and do it. So it's whatever the cost is on them doing the work, depending on the size and the amount of work that needs to be done.
Can you break it down a little bit more specific as you can? What's the admin fee and what's the estimated range for an average or a typical contractor?
Well, our admin fee is usually over here, it's 250, but we'd have to charge according to what your administrative fee would be over there in the city. And then in the work, I can't break it down because it could be anywhere from $500 up to a couple $1,000, depending on the size of the lot and what they have to do, whether it's weed whacking or disking or mowing, depends on the size of it.
Is there a breakdown per acre or square footage that you can discuss?
We do have that with a contractor, but I don't have those numbers right now.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have no comment either. Questions, comments, concerns from the. Sorry, does it work? Sorry, Council Member Sabathia.
I have no comment.
Thank you. I apologize. Public comment?
Madam Mayor, we have one in chambers. Chris?
Anything from Zoom? Thank you.
On Zoom.
Please state your name for the record.
Chris Spartarana.
Thank you.
There's a property on here at 0 Franklin that I think should not be on here because it is not a weed issue. I can show you pictures if you like. It's in the Firpo Angelo Living Trust. And I think there may be confusion because the property next door looks like it's all contiguous with that lot. And they have chest high weeds, but they're not on the list. That property is at 102 4th Street. the small strip of the very high weeds along the driveway are their property, not ours. So I don't think we should be on the list at all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chief, did you get that?
I did, and he just happens to be very lucky that I'm the one to talk to. So just give us a call actually to the office tomorrow, 636-4325, and then we could remove you and then add them on there. It's that easy. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you
And
very
Susie does get adjusted each year annually, because we'll find some that we haven't caught, and then sometimes they build out on them, so we have to remove those lists. So we do understand that. And then some properties, I don't believe there's any in San Juan, have hay or feed on them that they're growing. So sometimes that takes a little bit of time too also. So usually just a notification, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments in chambers? Well, she didn't. No speaker card. Thank you. State your name for the record, please.
Cynthia Orozco.
Thank you.
I'm again property owner 2451 San Juan Hollister Road. We have an 18.2 acre partial, which has plenty of weeds, pretty high at this point. And I was instructed by Brian not to that I'm to mow that property. And I just want to ask our Charlie or Chief Fire Department if I am to mow that, or am I to disc it? Because it seems to me that mowing is only going to save time for me to have to do it again within a couple of weeks, maybe a month or so, which comes out very expensive. And disking seems like a most proper thing for such a big partial. And I believe that the code enforcement, municipal code for the fire department states that undeveloped properties are allowed to mow or disc. So I would like to, Charlie to be able to comment on that if he can.
Yeah. Yeah, I could go ahead. I mean, it doesn't matter what we do. We just want to make sure that they're all taken care of. That's all we care about. It's mowing, weed whacking, or if someone wants to do it by hand, it's up to them. But it's usually what works best for the property owner.
Thank you.
Thanks. Chief, can you give your phone number one more time, appearing at the bottom of the screen?
831-636-4325. Attention, Alicia.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Do we have any other comment?
No, we don't, but we have our assistant city manager.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yes, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, great. So just to clarify, I understand Charlie's position on that particular property represented by Cynthia Orozco. That limitation is directly related to the violation that's at hand and the public nuisance declaration. So that's a limitation on the methodology so that there isn't any additional soil disturbance on that property that might contribute to the existing violation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can call the fire. Okay. You can call Chief Bedola at 831-636-4325 or have a conversation with our assistant city manager. Thank you. Okay. The recommendation is to approve a resolution declaring the condition of certain properties to constitute a public nuisance, ordering the abatement of weeds thereon, and conduct a public hearing for the receipt of objections. May I have a motion?
So moved.
I'll second it.
Thank you. A motion made by Councilmember Sabathia, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Freeman. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Frios,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
motion carried.
Thank you. Consent items, all matters listed under the San Juan Bautista City Council consent agenda may be enacted by one motion unless a member of the city council or public requests discussion of a separate, for a separate vote. Councilmember Friels, do you wish to pull anything?
Yes, I'd like to pull L. Larry.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Freeman,
No, I don't have a.
thank you very much. Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Yes, I'd like to pull letter L and also item letter M.
thank you. Councilmember Sabathia,
It was L. It was L.
thank you. L and I was pulling L and M also. Thank you very much. Do we have any items that wish to be pulled from, by the public on Zoom?
No hands raised or any comments.
Thank you. Anybody from Chambers wishing to pull an item? State your name for the record, please.
Cynthia Roscoe,
Thank you.
property 451 San Juan Hollister Road. I would like to pull letter K until we have further discussion relevance to our situation.
Thank you very much. Motion to approve consent agenda items A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J. Period. May I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you very much. Motion made by Councilman, Mayor Pro Tem Freeman, seconded by Councilmember Morris Lopez. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Frios,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Sabathia, Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
motion carried.
Thank you very much. First to be pulled is L, Councilmember Friels.
Okay.
Okay.
The first one to be pulled was by Councilmember Friels. Sorry, thank you, L. Order of agenda items. Thank you very much. Sorry for the confusion. Pulling K, approve a resolution authorizing approval of a contract with David J. Powers and Associates, Inc. for environmental review of development permit in response to a notice to abate a public nuisance 451 San Juan Hollister Road. This was pulled by the public by Cynthia Roscoe, owner of said property. Go ahead, why? Sorry, you're pulling an agenda item, so.
I mentioned that. Oh, I just think that we should have further discussion in regards to the CEQA and the conflict of interest of who's doing the analysis of the CEQA and who is quoting for the EIR to be performed.
Thank you. Is this, Brian, Assistant City Manager Brian, are you on?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Can you, speak a little to this one?
Yes, I can. This is a process that is established because and a document that's required because the development permit is a discretionary decision on the part of the city manager, for which conditions of approval need to be applied related to the correction of the violation that exists and the public nuisance declaration that the city council has already established. And so the scope of work is a focused EIR. It directly relates to the probable potential environmental impacts resulting from the violation itself, and also secondary impacts potentially resulting from the work to remediate the violation. So we find that David J. Powers is uniquely qualified to do the work. And in my opinion, the cost associated with the CEQA document is relatively modest in comparison with the potential that it could have because this document is the focus document, just simply related to biological resource impacts, cultural resource impacts, and the impact on the hydrology of the area resulting from the violation. So, we discussed the scope of work carefully with David J. Powers. They are at the advice of city attorney, which I think is entirely appropriate. The first step is to determine whether an environmental impact report is actually necessary, given the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines that apply here. We've asked this consultant to conduct that analysis, and that purchase order has already been issued and that work is underway. So that's the first step, is to determine whether this EIR is necessary. The second step is, if it is necessary, then the scope of work will then trigger the preparation of a notice of preparation, and all the responsible agencies, trustee agencies, will be involved in that review. Department of Fish and Wildlife, Army Corps of Engineers, Regional Water Quality Control, and there will be mitigations and conditions that arise out of this review. So staff believes this is the appropriate next step based on the public nuisance declaration that's already been issued.
Thank you for that. Questions from the council, Councilmember Friels? Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Freeman?
No questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sabathia?
No questions.
Thank you. Brian, quick question. This is all based on prior council meetings and decisions made and work that has not been performed already, and that's why the city is doing it now?
Yes, this is the city's responsibility now to process this development permit application in the way that state law requires. And yes, City Council has established that it is now the city's responsibility to undertake this review.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments, concerns from Zoom?
No hands raised, Mayor.
Thank you. Questions, comments, concerns from chambers? Please state your name for the record. And sorry, I ask you every time because that's a way for us to document when we're going back and listening.
I completely understand.
Thank you.
Cynthia Orozco, property owner to 451 San Juan Hollister Road. As I stated before, I believe it's a conflict of interest, although the city is, we do need the CEQA analysis, and I am totally agreeing to that. But being that the same company is performing the CEQA analysis, is the same company who's giving the quote to perform an EIR at $164,000. I think it's going to be a little bit towards that. They want to perform the EIR because who's going to let go $164,000? So I think that it should be reconsidered, and the city should possibly get other quotes from other companies in case the EIR is determined to be necessary. I had a CEQA done a CEQA was done by the city for our Midnight Express transportation station back in 2018, where we were building a building, or potentially getting permits to build a building of 14,500 square feet. The CEQA came back as a negative declaration. Being the situation that we have on hand, which I've already addressed a couple of times, that there is a personal conflict in regards to that. Brian and I really cannot see eye to eye, and I feel that he's taking this situation of what I posted on Facebook, which I just commented on what was going on with me and my personal issues with the city and how they've been addressing things. I did not lie about anything. And when we had that meeting, and I do have it in audio, if the city council would like to hear it, our meeting that we had with Bob and my attorney, Nina, and my husband and Brian, where he told me that because of what I put on Facebook, that he doesn't know how I could dig myself a deeper hole. And being that he's been the lead guide for this entire violation, I am scared that he actually will put me in the hole that he's talking about. And quite frankly, like I said, I would like him to be removed from it. I mean, I don't see why I have to be dealing with him. We do have a city manager, and I'm hoping that we can deal with him. I really appreciate Dawn for giving my temporary use permit for my trucking business and protecting my livelihood, because quite frankly, that's where I live from and my family does. And Brian has done everything possible to make sure that I am totally destroyed. And I say that because even municipal codes that are permitted on my property, he has said that I am not able to even do anything with that either. As to far as storage containers being on my property, I have an industrial land. They're permitted through municipal code. He wants me to remove them. My equipment for my contracting equipment that he claims it's contracting equipment, it's just equipment that I use to maintain my property, as do other properties, their neighboring properties around me have skid loaders and backhoes, because they're all
Thank you for
large
your,
partials.
thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Can I have a motion on this resolution? What? Right, and we discussed it, so now we're bringing it back for approval. Or not. And that's how that process works. You pull one, you discuss it, and then you decide whether you're going to adopt the resolution or not. Correct me if I'm wrong. Thank you. May I have a motion, please? Sorry, public comments have been closed. We're calling for a motion right now.
So
Thank you. May I have a second, please?
second,
Thank you very much. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Frios,
yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
No.
Councilmember Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes,
Motion carried.
thank you very much. Item L, approval, a resolution approving a grant application to the Land and Water Conservation Fund program to help fund Abbey Park renovation project. Committing to provide matching funds, agreeing to maintain Abbey Park for outdoor use, and appointing the city manager as agent for the city administering the grant through the completion of the project. Councilmember Friels.
Thank you. To start with, I'm glad that Abbey Park is being discussed tonight. It's our oldest park. It was granted to us, or actually to the Service Club in, I believe it was 1939. Probably shortly after that, it's been a baseball park. A baseball park that my grandfather, my great grandfather played on, I played on. And it's a special place to me. I talked to Dawn a little bit about it. We've been discussing basically upgrading our lighting, and kind of sprucing the park up a little bit. The lights hanging on those poles, it looks like they're Korean War surplus, and they must just, I just picture every time they fire those things up, they've got to, start the Duke plant over in Moss Landing just to power them. And so we talked about this, and the way I put this part to Dawn, it's to me, it's like it's our jewel, it's the centerpiece in the Christmas table. It's just a beautiful place, and it's very subtle, and it's just a nice chunk of greenery. And I have to say, Minnow has been doing a fantastic job working on it. It looks beautiful. It needs some work. It needs a facelift. Years ago, a bunch of volunteers got together and did a lot of painting. Aromas Little League, Aroma San Juan Little League did a lot of work to it. They moved the fences, stuff like that. Believe it or not, the fences for that used to be almost to the street. And Mario Carrillo could hit the house on 4th Street. So I mean, we had some ball players in this town, and it's been a continuous baseball park. Don brought up the idea that there might have been a possibility for a grant. I thought that was huge, and just to help us out, and it was a matching fund, and I understand matching fund grants. The fact of the matter is we need to spend a chunk of money to facelift this place. So I thought, wow, hopefully we'll get the best of both worlds. Well, something kind of jumped out on me because I would really love it to just stay a baseball park. It seems like, I don't want to get emotional about baseball, but it seems like baseball is like disappearing in this country. You know, their games are what, an hour and 5 minutes long or whatever they're doing now. It's just ridiculous. I love seeing a ton of kids out there playing ball. I had a few concerns when I started reading through Don's report, and Don and I talked about this. So I just want everybody to know I'm not throwing him under the bus on this one. There's a little section in there, like putting in like a playground, like a kid's tot lot at rear center field. We have 2 tot lots in town. We have Rudy Park and we have one at Rancho Vista. I think we can use Rancho Vistas, right? It's not, yeah, okay. And the little workout station is still underwater, I think. So we have those. And the reason that, and correct me if I'm wrong, the reason that was kind of thrown in on the grant language is because it was a sweeten the pie a little bit. Okay. It concerns me to take away that rustic park. You know, it's an old park. It's over 80 years old. How many National League parks and American League parks are left over 80 years old? And it concerns me to put a multicolored plastic playground in center field. Even though it is a recreational park, and I get that. And a couple other things jumped out that I scanned through, but thankfully my good friend Mike Ponce, who as he says can't sleep at night, so he reads agendas. He pointed something out. Sorry, I gotta put these dumb things on. He pointed something out, but he pointed something out about, well, the park will be placed under federal protection. It'll agree to abide by and I believe that 54 USC, I don't even know what that is. It's some type of government code. United States code. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, makes sense. Basically, the park's going to fall under if we take this grant, it'll fall under the Department of Interior. What I like about that is it says no property acquired or developed with the assistance under this section shall, without approval of the National Secretary of the Interior, be converted to other than a public outdoor recreation use. Well, we don't need the federal government to do that. We can do that here. We can protect that park as a park, and I'm sure we can put some type of sunset clause to where we're all, you know, up on Boot Hill. So I'm not too worried about that. The thing that really concerned me was, basically we have to fund full financing and then get reimbursed the half. Is that correct?
It's a 50-50 split, Councilmember.
Okay, because I was reading the grant reimbursement. That says the grant funds, it must provide full financing of the project initially and then request reimbursement after the work is complete.
Correct. You're correct.
Okay, so we know how fast the federal government works. I mean, the folks are, we're going to be waiting for FEMA for quite some time because That's just how long it takes. So if it's in the ballpark of $225,000, that's a long time for, a town of 2,000 to wait for, our share. Let's say the ballpark of, $130,000 just to get reimbursed. That's a concern. Another concern is what happens if this grant just goes away tomorrow? I mean, who knows what's going to get cut? So that's a concern. But my major concern is to protect the integrity of an antique historic ballpark. And if it takes me having to spearhead finding one paint color instead of multiple ones and getting a roofer out there and some of us doing it ourselves like before, and just getting the lights fixed so they're cost efficient and they're on a timer and they don't get left on all night, and the neighbors are like living in Shea Stadium, that'd be great. And I'm sure and AJ could probably help me with this, I'm sure there's an app, if the light's left on after 10 o'clock and Public Works gets a phone call, they just hit their phone, whoop, shut it off. Huh? Alexa. Yeah, we'll put Alexa in there. So that's where I'm concerned. I thank Dawn for trying to find some money to help with this, but we do have some aside. And if anything, I would much rather just go for the lights first, maybe take some baby steps, and then work on some of the restoration. I know the Public Works guys did a bunch of work to not the older snack shack, but the newer snack shack, the Adobe looking one, which was great. It looks good. But our announcer's booth has been broken into. I don't know what was stolen. It looks like maybe speakers were stolen out of the sides. What's that? The PA was stolen. Okay, so yeah, roll up door there, and a couple other things that I think would to make it a little bit, and maybe some exterior lighting or cameras, because I'm sure we have the capability of putting the internet there. Well, we do. It's up on the hill. Yeah. So I'm asking to pull this, and I'm asking not to go as far as this grant, because I don't want to see a tot lot on that park, and I think that we can handle it ourselves. And that's my request on this.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So you're asking to table it for further discussion at the next council meeting?
No, I'm
You're just asking to pull it and
not
amend the
yeah,
resolution.
and
Understood.
not approve the grant.
Understood.
I believe the grant dies next June 1st.
Thank you. Okay,
Thank
thank you very much.
Yep, thank you.
Councilmember Sabathia also wanted to pull this.
And so did I.
So Don and I chatted about this too. As Councilmember Friels knows, and some of you may know, I come from a baseball family. Baseball is a requirement for every member of our family. So I love baseball. I'd love to see that park upgraded. I'd love to see more. The idea I had, and I don't know how this floats with people, but with baseball through the years and ages and age groups, it'd be nice to have like a T-ball park maybe in the back, and you get T-ball, and then the older kids in the front, and then you got a full family event day thing there. So maybe that floats better than the tot lot we do have too. That would be my only concern. I wasn't concerned with any of the funding or anything like that.
Thank you, Councilmember Morris Lopez. You pulled it also.
Yes, I just want to say briefly, correct me if I'm wrong, city attorney, and bear with me, city council member and public, but we've been through this before where we pull items in the beginning of a meeting, and we happen to do this in progression of the meeting. And when you pull an item, my understanding was that no discussion, the item goes away. So I misunderstood. Okay. But we're still allowed to discuss it as if we are still considering it. So to me, it's not pulled we're taking an action.
And moved on to an action item.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to say briefly, I think what Scott said, I totally agree. As you all know, I grew up here. My family used to play a softball family game every Easter when my grandparents were alive. One time I was a pitcher of softball and my uncle was at bat, the former police chief, Nick Agaris. I don't know if anyone in the room remembers him, but it got me on the side of the head and my ear was ringing for days. So I have good and bad memories of that park. But anyway, it is a baseball park. It is a very historic park. I think that, you know, plastic water top park, whatever. No, it's a baseball park. And the gentleman that trusted that land to the city said it was specifically for baseball. And it's a very beautiful park. I can't see anything there other than what it looks like now, maybe some paint job. You know, why can't we volunteer? I think I was out there a few years ago helping maybe Scott and Juan Candelaria paint. You know, it's a beautiful park. It's in the middle of town. It's gorgeous. You know, it's not too crowded. You can sit and picnic. And it needs to remain a park. And just want to say to you, city manager, you know, you need to really understand what our community is about and to try to go after a you know, a grant that's going to bring in a water park, a historic park, plastic, kind of tells me that maybe you need to really start talking and listening to the people of your town, because that's not what we want. That's not what we need. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Did you ask for it to be pulled also?
No,
If not, I'll come to your comments in a second because I asked for it to be pulled as well. Sorry, thank you. I also had a conversation with the city manager about this very important project, I suppose. I was concerned about a top park, and we had spoken months ago about just lighting at Abbey Park, and sorry, Zoom, it's either Zoom or Facebook we lost. Zoom. I just got a text message saying we lost we're not on Zoom any longer.
I'm still on Zoom. This is Bedola. It's loud and clear.
This is Brian. I'm on Zoom as well.
Yeah,
Thank
it's
you
loud
all.
and clear.
Okay. Thank you. My apologies. So one of the ideas that we came up with was just to do the lighting, and perhaps engage the whole entire community. This is a shout out to everybody right now to help beautify the park, work on benches and dugouts and things like that. And I totally get the sentiment of Scott and the rest of the council and the community on this. It was a suggestion to get more grant funding. So I think we all know where we're going to go with this. Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
I'm basically in agreement with everybody, but I would like to ask if we can get the grant without the little kiddie park or the plastic toys and just do the lights and maybe rebuild the announcer's booth or something. I don't see, I've helped rebuild Baruti Park and stuff. I'll tell you, when you use volunteers, it takes a long time. It can get done a lot quicker if you hire a contractor who comes in a couple of weeks and does it. I would be in favor of doing the grant as long as because I agree. I don't think a kiddie park looks right out there. It mess with my perceptions of the park. So if we could do it without the kiddie park, I think we should go ahead and do it.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Public comments on Zoom land. Seeing no hands raised, Mayor. Thank you.
We do have two in chambers.
Thank you
Linda,
very much.
Linda Jen.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Linda Ginn. I have a business in town. I have to admit, I haven't been to a meeting in probably 7 years. I've been in town 8 years. But I am a mother of 3 boys. We did Little League for 18 years. Little League is vital for not only a family activity, but to reach the kids that don't have parental support or nobody's at home.
Can you move the microphone down?
Closer?
There you go. Thank
Okay,
you.
so we need to keep that park. And I'm volunteering right now. I'm a very good fundraiser. So I will help you raise funds to do some of the things we need to do. It's hard to find a place to practice. And I understand that Hollister used to practice over here in San Juan Bautista all the time. So we need to keep that not just for our community, but also for the communities around us.
Thank you very much. Other public comments?
Leanne Brothers.
Thank you. Welcome. State your name for the record.
Leanna Brothers. I live at 7 Owaning Street. Full agreement about baseball. Absolutely, no doubt. My kids played from T-ball forward there. I served on the San Juan Aromas Little League board for 5 years. And then when we decided to dissolve the league, and moved to Hollister, well, the kids moved many directions. They moved to Pajaro Valley, they moved to Manzanita and Hollister, depending on where you live. I served on the Hollister Little League board for the remaining 4 years that my sons were on Little League, and then in Babe Ruth. Both our boys play in college now, so baseball is very important to our family. I would love to participate with Scott or anybody who heads this committee on the redesign or the upgrades of the park. Just being that I have the background on the boards and things that were needed and talked about, and watched Hollister go through some renovation of their memorial park. We went through a lot of budgets and decisions on that. Lastly, there is a T-ball field, EJ, at the back end. And it was actually put in 2009, needs to be kept up and upgraded just like the rest of the park. I don't agree with any sort of taut plastic type stuff. We do have two of those, but I really agree with keeping it up. I love seeing Hollister Little League out there playing. I believe it was farm age again, but we can supply them another field. We bring those families to town. They eat here, they plan on staying at Hardeen's, whatever restaurant, they go to the Windmill, they come to town and they use our services. Not only do they play baseball here, but they stay to eat. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Come on up. And state your name for the record, and please speak into the microphone.
Helena Walton for the record, and you're out of speaker card, so that's why I'm just up. I would like to ask if we can look at the grant that's being proposed to see if there's any modifications, because having that amount of money in hand, I think is advantageous to the community. I agree that we do need the park, the baseball park. It's essential for our kids to have a place to go. And there's several people that I know here in town that have supported it. I support it, like all here. If we need volunteers to come out, I'm sure most of us here would probably show up and or raise funding for it. But if there's funding that can be allocated through the grant, if there could be modifications to the grant, I don't know. Sometimes it's written a certain way and you can't modify. That's one thing that I would like to know, is whether or not there's a modification available so that you don't have those features that you don't want in the park, but we have the funding in order to do it.
Thank you very much. Yes. Oh, hi. Yes, sorry. Please state your name for the record.
Van Vicky Bear, 5 Donner Street. I think I'm worrying ahead of the president of the Historical Society right now. The park is there because the Abbey family donated it. Scott knows about this. I see Dan's got his hand raised. He knows more than I about it. But I think we have to follow the terms of the will and the donation by the Abbey family, because they had said if the park is not used the way they deemed it, that they would take it away, or they would, it wouldn't be, I don't know what they would do, but that's what I've heard. So I wait for Dan to hear what he has to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, come on up. State your name for the record, please.
Jill Pagaran, 207th Street, San Juan Bautista.
Okay.
Okay, George Abbey calls every year to find out if our ballpark is still a ballpark.
Nice.
Because they want it back in their family.
Front row. Please step forward. David.
David Maderas from 1026 First Street. I'm just wondering if we're going after the right grant. Isn't that's an historical, cultural heritage type of place for this town? It belongs to the history of this town as well. So can't we get Meg Clovis involved with it to get it maybe there is a historical grant that we can go after. And I know they come with lots of restrictions, but there might be one out there that we could find and need when it deals with it's a historical integrity, it's a historical value to this community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comment from chambers? Armando, yep, no. Armando, sorry, you can come up.
Armando Venegas, Public Works. I was wondering, some of the funds that you're talking about, like to put a playground at the Abbey Park. What about the Lang property that the city owns? It's like 5 acres out there. Can we put like a dog park and maybe basketball and a play structure out there? Because it's not being used. If there's if there's an issue with using Abbey Park, I see a piece of property that the city owns is not being used. Just a question.
Thank you very much. Nice, thank you. Okay. Anybody else? Go ahead.
Chris Martorana, I'm gonna cede my time to Leanne Brothers.
Thank you very much. Can't do that. Thank you. No, well, you were on a different council. Thank you. I appreciate that. No, sorry. Thank you. Sorry. Get your sister together. Come. Thank you. Anybody else from chambers? Thank you. No, those two hands are not up. Go ahead. Okay, go ahead. Lay it on us.
Rhonda, EO. 801 Street. I always use the restaurant address, so I'm sorry. I think what she's conveying is that when our boys played Babe Ruth, they went to Lodi to play in the playoffs. Lodi is a historic park, and she's wondering if we could reach out to them and find out information through them.
Awesome.
I think that's what she was trying to say.
Thank you very much. Thanks for that. It took a village. Thank you. Anybody else in chambers? Going back to Zoom land? Yes. Thank you very much.
Dan.
Thank you. Welcome, Dan. State your name for the record, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My name is Dan DeVries. I live at 405 5th Street, otherwise known as across from third base. And I've got, for 30 years, I've had a great view of that park, and I got to say, it has never looked better than, and I tell Phil that all the time, every chance I can. A couple things. First, I think when the camera was panning over everyone, is Mr. Raffi there, the city attorney?
Yes.
He can appreciate this, but years and years ago, I did some legal work involving the park. I'm not sure why exactly. I think I was involved with it on some level. And I had the deed and the granting document from the Abbey family. Vanda, I want to say it was Frank Abbey, who, in appreciation for all the years that they successfully ran the Abbey grocery or mercantile, donated what was a city block to the city, so long as it shall always be used as a ballpark. So in other words, Mr. Raffi can explain this better. I recall that deed clearly having what's called a reversion in it. And back in those days, I was dealing with Jane Abbey quite a bit. She was up in Oregon. And that was primarily to try to erect some kind of monument or something, recognizing the Abbey's generous gift to the city so long ago. And I wanted to see that happen, but something went wrong on that. But at any rate, Vanda was correct that you need to be a little bit careful with that reversion in that deed, and it might be a good idea to pull the title at the recorder's office for that APN to see specifically what the wording says.
Thank you for that.
Sure.
Any other comments on Zoom?
We have one more hand raised. Elia?
Thank you. While I appreciate Dan DeVries' comments, he and I went round and round years ago because he wanted to turn that into a dog park. And now I appreciate the fact that he wants to keep it a baseball park. It's a historical. I don't think that there needs to be a lot of work done other than what Dan said. Go ahead and review the documents that were, it was deeded over to the city, and respect the small town USA community that little ballpark represents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, back to the council. Can I have a motion?
Hey, I'd like to ask a couple questions first.
Go ahead.
Is to the city manager, is there a time limit on the grant? Is there a drop dead date? Is there when we have to apply?
So thank you for allowing me a chance to speak. I'd like to respond to a couple items. Dan, I'd like to see the paperwork you're referring to. I read the 1939 deed to Scott, and it specifies recreational use only forever. Doesn't specify baseball. So if there's a different deed restriction, then maybe a title report is needed. Wasn't apparent on the deed that Scott and I reviewed yesterday. Furthermore, yes, the grant expires June 1st, and there will be plenty of grants. And what I discussed with some of the council members was this grant is tough because it requires a 50% match. So I went to Carl Bajarki, a project manager who worked with California Consulting to write the grant. And then the original intention had nothing to do with plastic in the park. It had to do with the lights. And if we're willing to take some of our general fund that we're saving right now, close to $400,000 projected by June 30th, and put $100,000 or so towards this match, I asked Carl if that would pay for just lights, and he said it would. So let me come back in our CIP for next fiscal year with a recommendation to use some of that 400,000 just to address the lights. And I received an email today from Watt Electric, from their estimator, and they're more than happy to work with us and perhaps provide a different kind of grant towards energy efficiency that could help pay for the lights. So thank you for the chance to speak, John, and maybe we just let this grant go by. It's like a cloud in the sky, just.
Thank you. Yeah, my kids grew up here. That's why I chose to live here. My kids grew up on T-ball in San Juan. Scott, Councilmember Friels.
Thanks. Just real quick, I just want to make this perfectly clear. Our city manager never went into this grant process with the intention of putting a child's playground.
Absolutely.
At that park. The grant, correct me if I'm wrong, the grant writer said that this may be basically the cherry on the top to help us acquire that grant. So once again, Don had no intention to put a plastic playground out there. And I really appreciate all the feedback on this. Obviously that place is near and dear to everybody's heart in this room almost. You know, we only had 6 teams when I was a kid, and 2 of them were Pee Wee teams, you know, and we didn't have team names. We were colors. You know, I was on the greens. So, it would be great. I'd love the rally. I know my my wife rallied the troops the last time they painted. I think, Danny Joe can probably correct me on that, but I think she rallied the troops and got paint, donated and, so right now it'd be nice to see it all one color and not a bunch of oops paint. I don't think she got oops paint, but she got green and then all of a sudden some other color snuck in there. So, yeah, thank you. And, good. This is
Absolutely.
this is a good, hey, this is a good topic and nobody's yelling at each other.
I know, right? It's all good.
So I guess I moved to just, how would we say it, Bob? Just to move to
Drop it.
no move to deny that grant application. Okay. That's on video. Or now you bring it up, just let it die. Okay, that's even easier. I don't have to say all the legal. But I'm just gonna let it die then.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve a resolution? Having no motion to approve, the motion falls to the floor. Or the resolution falls to the floor. Thank you all very much for that discussion. M. Approve a resolution authorizing the city manager to approve a professional services contract with Realty Group, Inc. to prepare and obtain certification of the city of San Juan Bautista sixth cycle housing element update 2024 to 2031. Councilmember Sabathia.
I did.
Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Yes, thank you. I did pull this item for the specific reasons, or a couple, but one that pointed out to me is that the RFP went out without it coming to the board for any discussion or approval to this individual, because I believe, and I can be corrected, the city manager is given discretion on certain RFPs that are within his discretion up to 120K. Well, when I looked at the price that this company is charging the city, it's it's pretty close to 135,000. So that exceeds the discretion that the city manager can take on his own to go ahead and hire and contract out. That exceeds the 120K by roughly about 15,000. The other issue that I had with this resolution was that I sat as a community member a few cycles ago, the last cycle with the fifth housing cycle, as a community member. And at that time, there may be some other people in the room that were on that committee or ad hoc committee. And that was done within house by one of our city staff. Todd Kennedy, I believe, did that. I don't know if anyone else remembers that. And that was not without a contractor and not paying almost $135,000. So couple of questions there and concerns. And that was the reason for pulling it. I also looked at the paperwork on this company, and they are in the real estate business. They're fairly new. They've only been in operation for about 3 years. So that gives me some pause as well as to their expertise. But once again, I understand where our city manager made that call. There was another bid from a local company, which we've used in the past, from ECM, and they're charging almost $250,000. So it's a no-brainer as to why someone would choose the 135,000. But nonetheless, I have those two concerns.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments, concerns from the council? Councilmember Friels, Vice Mayor Pro Tem.
The last housing cycle was actually done by EMC of Monterey for a considerable amount of money. Todd Kennedy helped, but he did not do it. So, and EMC did put in a bid, so it was a competitive bid process. They were twice as expensive. And this is really critical, and the timing is really critical, because there are two groups of people who will sue us automatically if we don't get it done. Okay, and first is the state of California. The second is a group called Cal Yembe. And so, and it's a yes or no question. It's almost a legal, doesn't have any legal facts. Is the application and the process done and filed with the state by December 31st? And if that answer is no, we're going to get 2 lawsuits. Okay. And if the answer is yes, we will not get the lawsuits. So time is of the essence, because this stuff always takes time. It takes a lot of public outreach. They're going to have 3 or 4 meetings over a period of months. Then they're going to have to write it. These planning grants are not something that just happens in a period of 2 weeks. So, and as I said, the cost of the lawsuits, I don't know how much they're going to be. Okay. And we can't predict that future. And that's not a risk I'm willing to take when we don't have to take the risk. Thank you.
Thank you. Lost Councilmember Morris Lopez. You already spoke. Councilmember Sabathia. Oh, sorry.
My only comment and question is with respect to the discretionary amount for the city manager. My understanding with that is that the city manager can RFP, RFQ for any amount, but can't execute on that contract. And right now we're in the process of trying to approve the contract and nothing has been executed upon yet. That was my understanding. Is that correct?
I can answer that question if you like, Don. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Good. Sorry, I'm not fully visual. Don't know why. First of all, understanding the time frame involved here in the schedule, we issued a purchase order for about $48,000, which is a couple $1,000s less than the city manager is allowed to approve. And we did that because, not just because of the schedule, but we segmented the scope of work to just take us up to short of actually preparing the administrative draft. So if we, by chance, had not approved this particular consultant, all of that work would still be valid for the purpose of another consultant coming on board. So sort of a fail-safe, but allowed us to get started sooner than later with a discrete set of tasks that would move the needle toward approval, but with sort of a fail-safe perspective. I think that was an important decision that we made to get this project going. The other concern, I think, is the limited experience this particular consultant has. Yes, they have a limited experience with housing elements. They haven't prepared tens and of housing elements like some consulting firms. I think EMC has done multiple housing elements, but this particular team is an experienced planning team. And so if you look at the scope of work and the proposal, you'll see that this team has been in the planning field for about as long as I have, which is well over 35 years. So I trust that they will do an adequate job. Their experience with housing elements has led to HCD certification in each case. So I have no doubt they'll be able to execute. And yes, we do have an extensive public engagement process, and we're going to move toward that very quickly after approval of the contract. So I'd be happy to answer any other questions.
Thank you. So the council and the community will have a chance to look at the final document. Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll have town hall meetings on it.
Yeah, you will. There will be public meetings, there will be stakeholder meetings, and there will be public workshops, and there will be a stakeholder focus group. Prior to doing any of the tasks, of the first 3 tasks, all involve public engagement.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't go to the city manager first. Do you have any other comment on this?
Just to clarify, and I think Bob was gonna say this, we can draft RFPs and we can circulate them for bids. But the award of contract is a critical part, requires the council approval, so.
Thank you. Questions, comments, concerns from Zoom?
We have one hand raised. Elia, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. I hope you guys can hear me well or understand me at least.
We can understand.
So here's the issue. I don't know who the last gentleman was that spoke to say that they have up to 35 years of experience. They've only been in business for 3 years. When you Google this Isaac George, he comes out as a real estate agent. If you want to combine the people that work for this company for a total of 35 years, you're also including people who work with planning because they work with developers. Okay, that doesn't necessarily mean that they know what they're doing with this project. What I really find very concerning is that this agenda item was under consent. And if the city council members are not paying attention, this would have slipped under and it would have passed. Things like this must be stated in a public forum. I didn't hear how many of these they have gone through in 3 years. Yes, EMC is very knowledgeable, they're very experienced, and yes, they're expensive, but they get the job done. I understand that you have to go to the most economical on a bid, but just because you go cheap, you know, with the saying is measure twice, cut once. You're being placed in a position to make a decision because I understand from Councilman Freeman is that, yeah, there are guidelines and there are deadlines, but don't be put into a position that you have to make a decision and you end up finding out that you didn't measure twice and you've already cut. These are funds that are coming and they're only saying that they're going to be there for 8 meetings. And they're also saying that they're not going to be there in person. They're saying that they will allow themselves to be available for in-person meetings. But most of these, if you look at their timelines and then you look at their descriptions, is that they will appear by Zoom or by other means. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other public comment?
No more hands raised, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments, concerns from chambers? Please step forward, state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Chris Martirana.
Welcome.
Mayor Pro Tem, you mentioned the penalties, potential penalties for missing dates. And my quick review, I apologize, I didn't look at it that comprehensively, but I couldn't find any penalties or expectations enumerated in the contract for the completion date. Their timetable talks about completion dates, but there's nothing in the contract with them that requires it. And that I think you should consider altering that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Any other concerns, questions, comments from chambers? Thank you. May I have a motion on this?
I move that we approve the request with the stipulation that we add in and hold firm deadlines for completion of the work. December 31st, 2023.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I will second that.
Thank you. Motion by Councilmember Sabathia to amend the resolution, adding deadlines, firm deadlines. Seconded by Councilmember Freeman. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Frios,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Abstain.
Councilmember Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes,
Motion carried.
thank you. Anybody need a break?
Yep.
Thank you. We're taking 5. Sorry. 10.
10.
We only have one restroom.
Yes, only one restroom.
Thank you guys for that.
No, but, okay, so.
Like a TV show. Sorry, welcome back all. Places, everybody, places. We're on 8, right? Where's Attorney Rafi? And Jackie. Is there still a line?
Mr. Raffy's on the phone outside.
Okay. Is Councilmember Lopez out there? Thank you. We do need the council member though. We do. Thank you very much. Welcome back all. We are on item 8, informational items and reports, and with council approval, I would like to move the treasurer's report first.
So moved.
Thank you very much. Everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hi, how's it going?
Hi, Michelle. Welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you for moving the item. I do appreciate it.
We'll get you closer next time.
With that being said, I'll go ahead and get started. Good evening, Mayor, council members. Let's jump into a brief overview of our financials for the March period. For the general fund, year to date, our net effect is currently a positive balance of $492K. The month over month change there was a decrease of $90K. Despite the month over month decrease, the revenue still remain in line with budget. The only thing this means is that the expenditures that we had for this month, for the month of March, were slightly higher than usual, with it being related to construction projects and annual and semi-annual contracts, which I'll list out below. I'll mention shortly, and some other costs that were associated for housing for the flood victims. On that note, some of the notable items that stood out for the month of March would be McKinney Corporation. So that is related to our pavement project under Capital Improvement Project 2122. So we have a couple more expenses for them coming through, but this is one of the larger ones that we saw on our warrant listing. And then for Computer Share Corporate Trust, which is a bond account that is paid out twice a year. So that's normal, nothing out of the usual. And then, as I mentioned, semi-annual and annual contracts, California Intergovernmental Risk, which is our liability insurance for the city. And those are paid out annually, and it's more than one insurance. that we're paying out. So that's for general fund. For the water enterprise fund, I do want to note that there is a typo that you're reading there. So our balance sitting right now is 354K, not 546K. So that was just a typo. And then the month over month change there was an increase of 51K. That's in line with what we're expecting for budget, nothing out of the ordinary. And then for the expenditure side, the expenses are in line with expectation. Nothing stood out to call out. And then for the sewer enterprise fund, year to date, our net effect positive balance of 443K. That's in line with what we're expecting. And the month over month increase there was 105K. In line with expectation for revenues. And then on the expenditure side, there was no material call outs. But if you have questions, I can answer any now.
Thank you. Questions, comments, concerns from council, Councilmember Friels?
No questions. Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
No questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sabathia?
No questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Michelle.
Oh, thank you.
Sorry, questions, comments, concerns from the public? Whoops.
Though speaker cards received,
Thank you. Anybody in Zoom?
no hands raised.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Michelle.
Thank you so much.
Reports from city council representatives to regional organizations and committees. Councilmember Friels?
Thank you. I actually have some good news. From two of the boards I sit on, which is great. I did hear somebody last month say all these acronyms are flying around so off, and I agree. I'm terrible with acronyms, so I'll explain what the acronyms are that I'm sitting on. One of them is called COG. It's Council of Governments. It consists of City of Hollister, City of San Bautista, and San Bernardino County. We deal with basically transportation type issues, airport, things like that. And it's four different groups within one. Good news from COG. Some of the COVID relief fund money has trickled in, and we'll be getting $68,000, a little over $68,000. Another block grant. Little bit of history on COG. COG was without an executive director for, I want to say, almost a year. And the new executive director, who's just a dynamo, found a block. It was the block grant. Found a block grant basically buried in the paperwork in her on her desk, and her staff really had to bust their humps to get the grant in time. And the county ended up pulling in a little over $600,000. I think so. What ended up happening is the city of Hollister also got was it the resurfacing grant or the block grant? I got them flip flopped. So
The problem was it needed to be spent right away, and Hollister had just awarded a contract for some street improvement. So they did a swap. They took this grant money to put it to use right away, and then they took an allocation from the Measure G and made it available to our city and the county to split. So they traded it out so they could make use of the grant fund.
okay, that's what it was. Yeah. It was a shovel ready thing in order for that money to get. So Hollister really did us a solid. They took a big chunk of their Measure G money and swapped with us, and we ended up getting $60,000 out of that. So, which is 10%, which is great because, and just talking to Don, our pavement project came under bid. And since we were shovel ready for our ADA compliance, we were able to get that extra 60,000, and we actually have more road work to do because we've got some money left. So, I mean, that's what it sounds like, right? Yeah. Okay. So I don't know if you had that in your staff report. I'm sorry.
That's for the budget another time.
Okay. Yeah. So that was good news. We ended up pulling $128,000 in this year through COG. So that's I'm happy. I sit on two nice boards that do neat things. Another board that myself and the mayor sit on, and Dawn attends them. I'll have to probably explain this a little bit. It's a fire districting board. All the entities that the two municipalities of Hollister and ourselves and the county, we've been working on building a fire protection district for San Benito County. And how this is going to work, it'll be, instead of having multiple fire departments or multiple districts, it'll be one fire protection district for the entire county. We're moving forward. We put to bid for a company that can help us consolidate this and do it the right way. Chances are it'll probably come to a vote of the public because there will be an assessment. The plus on it, which is huge, we're moving forward with this. The plus on this is the county and ourselves, we won't have to contract to the city of Hollister. So that takes some of the loop out. Also, everything will be a single point. Everything will be under one umbrella and it'll go to bid, which means other fire departments can bid. And I'm just throwing names out there. There are outfits out there like a group called Rural Metro that does fire protection in places like Tucson and things like that. I don't know if they'll extend all the way out here. And CAL FIRE can bid on it. So it'll help the emergency services, especially on the fire end and the fire and rescue end, tenfold if we can all get under one. And some of us have been working on this for decades. Here in San Juan, we worked on a fire protection district for the valley 25 years ago. And we couldn't get the personalities together. I looked at the Hollister firefighters and I said, this is going to be basically your kingdom will be no longer, you'll be wearing another patch. And the four guys that are sitting across from me at 10, and they all nodded, I think they're up for it. And Hollister Fire has been doing a great job covering our county. This is going to help them immensely. Fire protection district, we can get cheaper insurance for the district. Instead of like, for example, we were basically self-insured back in the day. There's a group called FARA, and it's a fire district insurance through California. It'll help. I remember when Aroma's fire switched over, they saved $600,000 in a year by doing it. And this was, I can't remember when I worked at Aroma's, 25 years ago, I think. Gosh, it was 25 years ago. So we're moving forward. Take it from me, this is some great news for our county. And I would love to push for medics on the engines. As you know, we only have 2 paramedics in this entire county. It would be nice to have a couple more. So that's a good one. So good news, we got money from COG. Oh, and back to COG, 156 project, they're talking complete fall of 2025. Unless, of course, we get an El Nino year and then it turns into a quagmire again. And for those of us who sometimes travel on 25 is kind of on a standstill. Our new executive director wants to make sure that this thing's going to be done right. It's kind of, things have become kind of complicated, and a new state law was passed that has, I'm paraphrasing this, it has to do with vehicle mileage or vehicle travel miles. And it sounds like 25 has too much vehicle travel miles. So the state most likely will not widen 25, but tell San Benito County, hey, put in ride shares and like buses and stuff. And what troubles me is that folks in Sacramento must think everybody in Hollister works at Google. It just blows me away how they can miss driving around a tractor in this county. So 25, it's going to be a while. The roundabout's back on 156, 25. Good news is it should be done shortly. The interesting news is it's called a turbo roundabout. And it's going to be the first one in California. So sounds like Caltrans is going to have comic books and, and videos for us so we can read up on how to do a turbo roundabout. For some of us who've driven in Europe, we're somewhat familiar. It might be entertaining for a bit. I hope not. I hope everybody survives it, but that's coming up, and I don't think they really have a definitive date. They just started to work on it. And of course, all these projects were delayed because of 30 inches of rain. Thank goodness for that. And you want to, I don't even know how to describe intergovernmental. So you want to,
Yeah, I'll take that one.
okay, thank you. All right, that's all I have.
Thank you very much. For Pro Tem Freeman.
Thank you. I have good news, at least from one or two of the meetings I went to, and the other one was, let's say, neutral. The neutral one was integrated waste management. We met last Thursday night, and we usually meet in the day, but this was to have more public participation. It was also to give the public a chance to hear about possible alternatives to expanding to Johnson landfill. Specifically, the cost of building a transfer station that would aggregate the waste in our gray trash can into larger trucks and transport that waste to another landfill or out of county. The transportation costs were considered and presented, and I reminded people that trucking costs are well over $200 an hour, and there's a lot of additional miles to the closest landfill that could accept our trash is Marina, and that's about 35 miles away from Hollister. The Marina, it's on the north side of Monterey, considerably about 10 miles out. And this would not be a good deal for San Juan, because all the trucks are going to go right down 156. And our brand new road, if and when it gets built, will be filled both ways with the trash trucks, which is exactly what we don't need. The people who are protesting the landfill is a group called Don't Dump on San Benito, and they object to out of county trash being drug in from all the foreign places in the world. It's Morgan Hill and Gilroy, so it's not that far. And we have space in our landfill for about another 12 years. And if it's expanded, it could go on for another 40 years at the present time. It's up to the county on how much trash they bring in from Gilroy and Morgan Hill. Right now, we're bringing in 0 trucks because of the I would call it a protest. I will remind everybody that 2/3 of our trash goes out of county already. They want to be real tight about everything and just keep everything right here. We don't do that. We send our organics, which is your green bin that goes to Santa Clara County, to a organics recycling facility owned by Recology. And your blue bin, the recyclables, which should be most of your trash, by the way, or your trash stream, goes to the Marina landfill, where it is either recycled or the items that cannot be recycled are separated and then landfilled at Marina. One of the interesting things was one of the ladies after the meeting came up to me and they go, oh, they recycle so much more in Santa Cruz. And I go, no, they don't. She goes, yes, they do. And I go, no, they don't. And I go, how do you know? And I said, because their trucks go to Marina too. They go to the exact same recycling service as ours. So there's this perception that we don't do it right and all this, and it's frankly absolutely false. And so I tried my best to set them straight. Most of the people live in a place called Rancho Santana, and it's a housing development built in the last 10 years. It's about a mile from the landfill by the way the crow flies. It's about 3 miles if you have to drive it. There's no smells. There's frankly no pollution. It's the water, the runoff water is tested every week. The leachate water is tested every month. There's no pollution, there's no seepage of water going towards Rancho Santana or anywhere else. It's a well-run and safe landfill. So if we want to save money and if we don't want a lot of trucks coming through our little towns, tearing up our roads and keeping us awake at night, we should just keep it the way it is. The next meeting I went to is AMBAG and had much better news. AMBAG is going to be kind of like the consolidating agent for the what's called the Inflation Reduction Act, which comes from the federal government. It's going to have a lot of money for EV chargers on intersections on highways that cross county boundaries. And AMBAG is a lot like FOG, except we do transportation at the Tri-County area, Tri-Counties, San Benito County, Santa Cruz County, and Monterey County. Our little intersection at 156 in the Alameda is number 9 on the list, which is very good. And we are going to be in line, not we, but the people who own the properties who might want to put in an EV charger anywhere within 1 mile radius of that intersection. I would remind everybody, if you took a 1 mile radius of that intersection, that's almost the entire town of San Juan Bautista. I think only Councilman Sabathia would be outside of that 1 mile limit. But you know what I mean? Business owners, people who own property, people who lease property long-term can get up to several $100,000 of infrastructure grants. And then you also, I will remind you, you will make a little, not a lot of money, but you'll make a little money literally selling electricity. At most EV charging stations, it goes for anywhere between 40 and 50 cents a kilowatt hour. It depends on the charging station. And 3CE will sell to the people about 15 cents a kilowatt hour. So there's a chance to make a little money in there. And so that's the really good news. It's going to be really big. It's going to work well for, I think, the entire county. The third meeting I went to with 3CE yesterday, and it has good news. Last week, the county of San Luis Obispo voted to join 3CE, which is Central Coast Community Energy, which is a electrical company that buys energy for renewable energy, CO2-free energy, and resells it to customers like you and I. So anyway, City of San Luis Obispo joined 2 years ago, but the county didn't join until last week. And then we met yesterday and voted to accept them in. So that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Morris Lopez, sorry.
Oh, nothing to report. I'm a council member without a home still. I am alternate to Scott Friels on COG. Initially, I was assigned to boards and committees on Wednesdays and Mondays, I believe, but those are conflicting with my work schedule. So I'm waiting to get reappointed to some other committees that fall on my days off, which are Tuesday and Thursday.
What? Intergovernmental. We'll find a home for you.
Homeless.
Councilmember Sabathia.
I am alternate on LAFCO, still have not been able to attend a meeting due to work conflicts.
Thank you. LAFCO. Local Agency Formation Commission. It's a commission created by California legislature for counties to control the boundaries of cities and most special jurisdictions. We've met a lot and have little to show from it. We lost our executive officer last year. We hired a temporary one from the county of Monterey. They're allowing us to borrow him for until September. We just lost our counsel, our attorney. So we'll be interviewing outside attorneys at the next meeting. and going over the budget and roles and responsibilities of commissioners next month, and hope to start working on the business at hand. Intergovernmental, I'm not sure what happened last meeting. There was a presentation on pallet homes. Pallet homes are small communities, kind of like a tiny home that can go up in mere moments. There was a tour of one in San Jose. LGBTQ resolution, recognizing June is Pride Month, and there was a discussion on JPAs that will come back next month. Do you remember anything else about the JPAs that were discussed?
Mayor, the JPAs were presented by the city of Hollister's mayor, prior mayor. And it was a way to agree to funding homeless programs, specifically funding them. Because we already have the Homeless Advisory Committee that Public Health sponsors. That's what I recall about the JPA.
Thank you very much.
That's right.
Thank you for that. That's it. Those are the only committees I was meetings that I had attended. City council announcements. This is the opportunity for the council and staff to share community calendar and announce upcoming dates of interest to the public. Councilmember Friels.
I don't have anything as far as upcoming dates or calendar. I do have some good news too, some more good news. The company that installed the internet repeaters, I guess we'll call it Etheric. Yeah, Etheric. I was just out on my in-laws this week, and the reason I thought this is the reason I'm thinking about it. They live out on Olympia Road, 383 Olympia Road, and they were able to get the Etheric internet out there. They can see the tank from their house. Because they were low income, they were able to get it at a very good rate, and it's surprisingly really fast. But their line of sight is unobstructed, so it's huge for them. And I imagine anybody in school age out there that needs internet is going to be able to, get internet. And I think that was a good thing that we did with that repeater system. And that's all I've got.
Thank you. Sorry, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
I have nothing to add except that, yeah, Etheric's really good. I got it right here in town. And I have speeds of 500, a half a gig. I'll just put it that way. Thank you. Not for him, but it is for me.
Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Well, I don't have any dates. I actually have a request. I'm just going to put this out here. I hope it's okay that I bring this up. I spoke and met with two gentlemen, one from Hollister, Frank Barragon, and then another gentleman that is a former superintendent from East Alisal School District. And they're proposing a charter high school. I don't know if you are all aware in the audience that Hollister has grown. We can see it from our house. But anyway, and it's creeping here quickly, moving towards us. Anyway, they're talking about building a second high school, and that's going to translate into a bond issue, which translates into more taxes. And so this educator is talking about the idea, and it's not even an idea. He's already made contact with our superintendent for Roma San Juan School, and also Crystal Lamonta, who's also a superintendent, I believe, in Hollister. And they are really excited to have an alternative way. And this is just a high school, because obviously traditional high school, yes, this high school is crowded, but more than that, having a charter school that does not require the building of a very multi-million-dollar campus, but actually utilizing said buildings that are not being used
and also having superintendents from different school districts buy into it is huge. Their focus is on using the basics of traditional education as building blocks, but also adding to that a way to engage students that may not fit into traditional high school, and also getting early and often engagement from professional trades, even academics. And what they proposed, and it's well accepted by the state, they get state funding as well, is that this is a way to help students that may not be the traditional learner, and that are still, engaged, but they just haven't, that doesn't work for them. And it's not enough to send these kids to the continuation school just with the goal of just getting a GED, and then after that nothing happens. So what they propose is all along the way they have professional engagement for whatever career they're going to offer or what the students want. And more importantly, every step of the way, they have tutoring, they will have after school programs, they will have, applications to universities or trade schools, but also networking with professionals all along the way. And also the engagement to help, hopefully engage them to come back once they're complete their education or training to give back to students. And I also invited Chair Jose Aranda from the Planning Commission, and he was there as well. And so the four of us met at Vertigo, and it was very inspiring and very exciting because it's the 21st century and we have to offer our children, they are our future choices. And just building a new high school, I think, isn't the answer. We have to think of other ways to engage our students. They are our future. The other thing I want to bring up really briefly is that it's an announcement or request that perhaps we can allow the city council to have a tablet or a Chromebook so that we can use that in between our meetings. I don't know. I think there might be, I don't know if they have that in the budget, or maybe there's some that are stacked up in the city office. This is all volunteer. I've got to take my MacBook in now to get some more space because it's overloaded with city council stuff. So it'd be nice if we could have that tool for us. Thank you. EJ. He's a tech. Thank you.
Councilmember Sabathia.
I don't have anything.
Free Chromebooks.
Thank you. Heidi, I have to apologize to you. I don't have the calendar in front of me to announce any special events going on. So look at the city's website or San Juan Bautista Business Association's website for the calendar.
Mayor, I have a few calendar items.
Oh, awesome. Go ahead.
This
Thank you.
Thursday, we're meeting with the Rancho Vista community in the library at 6 p.m. And I did get the financial stuff. Thank you, EJ, for your help in communicating with the community. On 5/23 next week, we have the Urban Growth Boundary Sphere of Influence Committee is finally getting back together, so I'm glad that's moving forward. On Thursday, the 24th, on the 24th next week, we're meeting with the Creek Bridge community to talk about their assessment districts and what's going on in their neighborhood. And then hoping to schedule a budget workshop tonight so that we can dig deep into our budget on May 25th in preparation of a June adoption. I've proposed to the Copperleaf neighborhood that we meet on the 31st, 2 weeks from Thursday. And we have a strategic planning wrap-up session Friday afternoon at the library. We'll be focusing on the planning and the general plan goals and objectives. And then we have an all-day session, including a training on Saturday. Then they're all open to the public, June 2nd and June 3rd. Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Anything, Attorney Rathie? Thank you very much. Deputy City Clerk,
Nothing to report, Mayor.
thank you very much. City Manager's report.
Just have a few slides tonight, as most of my time was spent on the budget. We'll touch bases on that later tonight. The budget is the heart of everything the city does. It's mandatory to be adopted before July 1 of every year, except when there are extenuating circumstances like a pandemic. The municipal code defines that the city manager is clearly responsible for its preparation and approval, and as such, it's one of my biggest priorities of the year. So the budget, we did budget this year for city council and commission training, especially in regards to historic preservation. That came from the HRB meeting. We had a really good HRB meeting last Tuesday, the 9th. We also budgeted for economic development and historic preservation. So we're trying to fund things that we're hearing are priorities, especially as we go through our strategic planning process. And these are things that are coming to our attention for the council's consideration in the budget. And then the strategic plan does talk about some specific topics of interest to the council and the city, and that's proposed reorganization of public safety. And I'll talk about that more during the budget conversations. That's the city gate is making these recommendations for us. I already mentioned our second public meeting, June 2nd at the library, and strategic. We'll focus on general plan strategies from 2016. Saturday, June 3rd is an all-day event where we'll have innovation training and customer service training early in the morning with the implementation plan for the strategic plan to follow after lunch. And this will continue to inform the budget and will result in a final report later this summer. So it's been a rigorous process, but that was required in my performance objectives was a deep and thorough dive into strategic planning. And so that's where we're at. Oops. Okay, responding to the floods is not over. City manager and our city engineer MNS have been working weekly with FEMA. We had a meeting today with FEMA about the New Year's Eve event. We have yet to get into great detail with March 10th. We spent 5-6 hours 2 weeks ago touring the city with FEMA to look at the damages, especially to the roads in the south side, the San Juan Hollister Road in particular, and Mission Vineyard Road. We worked with the San Benito County Foundation, Rotary, and coordinated within the Mission Farms RV Park. There is now a long-term recovery group of nonprofits working together for those individuals and flood victims. And let's see, I had some specific data on that. To date, in the county, 163 individual families have applied for individual assistance. 129 people visited the Disaster Resource Center in Hollister. Individual and household assistance was approved in the amount of $354,000. Housing assistance was approved, rental assistance, et cetera, for $326,000. And then rental assistance was $134,000. They've approved 4 SBA home loans, 2 SBA business loans, and $372,000 of total loans. So the FEMA and the County Office of Emergency Services and the city are all working hard together to get the help out to our citizens as best we can. So that's the ongoing effort. We are still completing the COVID-19 disaster claim. Believe it or not, it's only $150,000, but it's important to us. So we're still working on that. The city's top priority, looking at the surveys that Citygate did, is water and drinking water, and the focus is currently wastewater. So our force main to Hollister is out to bid right now. We had a pre-bid meeting on the 11th, and the room was full. So we're getting really good attention. It's an $18 million project that we hope to break ground in later June or early July. We've completed negotiations for the permanent agreement with Hollister and the utility easement associated with having our pipe on Hollister's regional treatment plant. Both of those agreements are on tonight's agenda for approval. We received formal approval from the County Resource Management Agency regarding the use of county roads as right-of-way for that pipe. So things are coming into line, and we'll be breaking ground on that shortly. That's very exciting. We're also advertising for construction management and inspection services for the project. All this has to be approved and vetted through the USDA, who's providing $14 million of the $18 million. We prepared and submitted a schedule change and request to the state settlement agreement. So we're still adhering to the settlement agreement with the State Water Board and the EPA administrative order on consent. So all these things need to be updated as the project moves forward. Wastewater continued. We're finalizing the cost sharing with the Hollister and County. The county is budgeted for asphalt to repave the whole street, Friedas, Prescott, all the way to using the back roads to get to the wastewater treatment plant in Hollister. And then we have a bid alternate for dock fiber conduit, something referred to as the Dig Once policy that dictates that when we can, we put a conduit in the ground to expand a broadband in our community, in our county. So I have a meeting June 18th with the county, Hollister, and discuss the use of that conduit. We have a lot of ISPs expressing interest in being in that pipe. And maybe there's a potential to lease it or partnerships and maybe even allow them to help pay for the trenching. That would be wonderful. So that conversation is really positive. This should be in green, EJ, not red, because that's a good thing. All right. Come on, moving down. There we go. Planning Commission, customer service skill training for staff, June 3rd. That's important to us and important to me. They asked that we review all municipal codes looking for obsolete items to be amended, and one of those is later in our agenda tonight. It was pointed out at that meeting that a post-parklet plan is necessary, and we should start working on that now, and I agree. I think that was an important message received at the Planning Commission, because we don't want to wait till the fall when it's imminent that the parklets may be changing or going away. The Planning Commission was invited to be part of the strategic planning on June 2nd and 3rd. And we discussed future workshops on various policies like design guidelines, the zoning code, the Hilltop ordinance, and inclusionary ordinance, and more. So there's a lot of good work cut out for our new Planning Commission. They're doing a great job. Thanks to their great leader, Jose Aranda. Anyway, and HRB, I'll give Dan credit to, Dan DeVries. Other important matters, repairs to the council chamber technology, believe it or not, were made. And maybe they just need to get warmed up like me, you know, as it takes me a while when I get out on the running trail to get warmed up. It seems to be functioning better now. We have a new stove in Community Hall. We are out to bid with our Community Hall acoustics, and we've arranged the schedule in the bid specifications so that construction can start every week for 5 to 6 weeks, beginning Monday morning and ending Thursday afternoon, because the Community Hall is rented every weekend between now and Christmas. So that's back in business. So try not to disrupt the use of the facility. We're soliciting feedback on Abbey Park upgrades. Thank you for the conversation today. We got lots of good feedback, positive feedback. And as mentioned as part of the CIP budget, we're working with 3CE on board to help us electrify our city fleet. And so I provided some information with that on the budget. So if there's any questions, I'd be happy to respond. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions from the council, Councilmember Friels? Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Freeman?
No questions right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sabathia?
Just a comment, very interested in the electrification of the city fleet. Any advice or help I can offer in that regard, even if it's just cheerleading, willing to offer.
Thank you very much. I have no comment either. Questions, comments, concerns from Zoomland?
No hands raised, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Chambers?
No speaker cards received.
Thank you.
And also we have the Sheriff's Department here and the fire.
I apologize.
Well, I jumped right in. Commander Sylvester's been so patient, and Bob and Charlie are here.
Nice. Sorry, fire department first. Chief
Good
Gola. Thank you. Oh, Chief Martin sorry. Wow. Hi.
Hi, good afternoon or good evening, Mayor and council members. Bob Martin Del Campo, Fire Chief for Hollister, San Benito County, and San Juan Bautista. First, I'd like to do a quick rundown on incident reports, March and April. March, you have 0 fires, emergency medical service a total of 28, and vehicle accidents, a total of 15. And of course, a major component of that is Highway 101 running adjacent to your town. A total of one inspection was performed in March. April, you had 2 fires, 17 EMS runs, emergency medical service runs, and 10 accidents. And 3 inspections were conducted in the city limits. To tag along with what Councilmember Friels had spoke about with the Fire Advisory Committee and some of the information pertaining to the request for a proposal for the feasibility study on forming and developing a district. Right now, we have that out to bid. I mean, I'm sorry, not out to bid, but out for proposal. Tomorrow we do a informational with the consultants who have offered up bids, and the informational is what I gathered from the Fire Advisory Committee and senior staff of all 3 jurisdictions as to what we're looking for as part of creating a fire district. And what they'll provide is a feasibility study that consists of the financial assessment. If there's going to be a fee for service going out to the community, the governmental aspect of how this configuration would be governed. And it's going to be brought through both virtual and in-person stakeholder town halls, and a lot of solicitation from the community. We should be offering up a recommendation to the board of supervisors in and around, I believe it's June 27th, if I'm not mistaken. And we can report back on that information, hopefully in and around June, if not no later than early July. Yesterday, City of Hollister Council approved the fire department to release a request for proposal for a fire protection master plan, which is a 10 to 15 year plan for the future, and a standards of cover plan to better identify needed deployment spots, or in other words, fire stations that engines and rescue companies can deploy from and better serve the community, and a strategic plan, which is your 3 to 5 year plan that helps address the staffing levels, the service levels, the equipment that's needed to provide service to the community. So you got your master plan, 10 to 15 years, your standard of coverage, which will tell us what we need right now to address the community, and a strategic plan, the 3 to 5 year plan for operations and more effective service. That concludes my report, pending any questions.
Thank you very much. Questions from the council, Councilmember Friels?
Thank you, Chief. Did I miss anything, or did I misspoke on anything? I just want to make sure we get the information.
No, no, sir. You've captured mainly most of everything that we're trying to get out there. Right now, we're trying to find out what we don't know about this. I mean, it's an experiment for all of us. It's the shared service agreement that we're enjoying right now is successful. We just need to know how to put it in place and have it become an independent organization.
Okay, thank you. And one thing I missed is that we are shooting for a grant that'll help.
Yes. So
the grant will help with our. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Absolutely. I'm glad you brought that up, because I probably would have forgot. So as previous feasibility studies we've fostered in the past, which was only one of them, it was a shared cost between the 2 cities in the county at 40, 40, and 20. Well, this one, we were able to secure a CAL FIRE grant for this particular service. So whatever cost comes out of it will be no burden on any of the jurisdictions that are participating in it.
Yep, perfect. Thank you. And for folks in the room and in Zoom land, Chief Del Campo, most likely, if he wanted to, he could retire today. But he and I talked a few weeks ago, and he's going to stick this out and and see this project go through. And I really appreciate your leadership. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
Thanks for the great presentation. I have no questions.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Thank you. I have a question. With all the growth we're experiencing in our county, maybe this is a question I can ask here, I'm not sure. I hear that we're in need of fighters. Is that correct? And will these grants have to help to acquire, more recruits, or is it just for equipment? How does that work?
Well, to break it down in categories, yes, there are grants out there for staffing, which is the SAFER grant, and then there are grants out there for equipment and facilities. So we on a regular basis apply for all of them all at one time. My personal opinion is, if we're going to be paying taxes to the state and most of the money is going to be staying in Sacramento or Los Angeles, I'm going to have my hand out also.
Good call. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Councilmember Sabathia.
Thanks for the info and the time. I don't have any questions.
Thank you very much. No questions either. Be safe out there. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commander Urena.
Good evening. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. For my report, it's kind of short. So, in the month of April, we had 1, 2, 3. We had like 8 arrests. They were 8 arrests in San Juan Bautista. 2 were DUIs. 1 was a domestic violence, residential burglary, and then other than that, that's all to report for the activity in San Juan Bautista. Secondly, Deputy Miller will no longer be the deputy of San Juan Bautista. We will have a second deputy, or another deputy is going to replace Deputy Miller by the name of Desi Villanueva, and he starts next Wednesday. So I was going to bring him over to the next meeting and introduce him to you guys and to everybody that's there. Deputy Miller will be back on patrol, and then hopefully we have foreign backgrounds. Hopefully we can start a second deputy there within this year. So it's looking good so far. We just need to hire a few more people, and then a few more deputies, and then I think we'll be good for a second deputy in San Juan Bautista. Sergeant Penny has been meeting with the city manager, so we've been in contact, and any questions you guys have, I'm here, and you guys, Don Reynolds has my contact information, so he can pass it along to you guys, and you guys can send me an email whenever you guys have any questions.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Friels.
No questions.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
No questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Morris Lopez.
No, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sabathia.
I don't have a question. The only comment I had was when Don and I spoke about this, I wanted to make sure that for the time that Deputy Miller was not on duty or dedicated here, that costing, accounting, or coverage was being adjusted as needed, and was assured that was the case.
Yes, I was Director Kennedy. She bills the city of San Juan whatever hours Miller spent in San Juan Bautista. If it was 40 hours, that's what she bills you guys. She doesn't just bill the full amount every time.
Thank you very much. No questions from me. Thank you. Be safe out there. Questions, comments, concerns from Zoom land on either fire or sheriff?
No hand, one hand's raised, Mayor.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Elia Salinas. Just a clarification. I know that something, it was somehow mentioned about a district that another district may be interested in, like taking over, and CAL FIRE was mentioned. And I just want to, I think Councilman Friels can confirm, but CAL firefighters do not get the same trainings as municipality firefighters. So that would be a big concern to me, and it should be to the community, that CAL FIRE would want to come in and take over a municipality when that they're far from that type of training. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can I
Sure.
address that? That is absolutely not true. CAL FIRE is the third largest fire department in the nation. Just Riverside County alone has over 200 stations. CAL FIRE ran close to 400,000 calls last year, and about 10% were wildland calls. Their training varies from everything from hell attack to crash rescue to truck companies to urban search and rescue to swift water teams, open water teams, structural firefighting, vehicle accidents. I did 30 years with CAL FIRE and I saw it all. So they are one of the best trained fire departments in the nation. And it's always an option for them. I'm not pushing it, but it's always an option. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments, concerns from chambers? Yep, you do. Come on down. Thank you very much. Yep, everybody's here. Please state your name for the record. It's all green.
There it is. Now it's
Okay.
green. Linda again. I just would like to commend Ryan Miller. He was the first sheriff in the 8 years that I've been here that ever came around and introduced himself to every member of the community, the business people downtown. And he was always pleasant and always helpful. So I hope he stays. Hope we get another one like him.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Any other questions, comments, concerns from chambers? Thank you. Another question to the council for discussion items, for time purposes, if we can table 9B as in boy and 9E as in Edward. I spoke to Attorney Rathy about tabling B, and he was okay with that. Thank you. 9E. That's going to just be a quick item. Are we okay with that? Yes, yes, yes. Thank you. My apologies to Mayor Pro Tem Freeman, because E is his, so I appreciate moving that. Discussion item 9A, Economic Development Corporation of San Benito County, EDC, and San Benito County Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, SEDS, scheduled for publication of the draft and public review. Renee Wells, welcome. Thank you very much for attending and your patience.
You're welcome. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mayor Jordan and San Juan Bautista council members. The Economic Development Corporation of San Benito County has gone into a plan to conduct the 5-year strategy-driven plan for San Benito County, the SEDS, the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, with funding from the Economic Development Administration. We received a grant for $80,000 from them. just wanted to let you know that we've completed the final draft, and we are going to have public review during the month of June for everyone to review it. We've already had the SAYS Strategy Committee, which includes the Economic Development Citizens Advisory Committee members and the your San Juan Bautista City mayor included in that. They've all reviewed the draft, and now it's going to go for public review. And that will be for a whole month period. We're hoping to have a public forum at the beginning of June with our SID strategy consultants to outlay the process for the whole month of June. But we're hoping that the whole month of June, the public will be able to review the document. It's a 5-year strategy-driven plan for that contributes to effective economic development in the region through a locally based, economically driven economic development planning process that engages all the stakeholders in the region. So the public forum, we're hoping in the first week of June. I'm sorry if I'm a little tipsy. I'm usually in bed by 8. I get up early, so I apologize. The consultants will take all the comments from the public review during the 30-day process, complete the take all the comments and suggestions, and form a final document that will be reviewed by the San Benito County Board of Supervisors and become the next 5-year strategy for the county. Every 5 years, the SIDS has to be completed and be in process in order for agencies seeking funding for the county to attract EDA funding or Economic Development Administration funding, as well as funding for the state and federal, other state and federal organizations. And so I guess I'll take questions now if anyone has any.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Friels.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
No questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Yes, thank you. Just a quick question. You mentioned it's a 5-year strategic plan for economic strategy for the whole county. Can you name like maybe top 3 strategies that you're looking at or entertaining? And second question, who are the stakeholders?
The stakeholders, everyone on the Economic Development Citizens Advisory Committee received a copy of the strategic plan already. But there are stakeholders from San Juan Bautista, including Leslie Jordan, Don Reynolds, Brian Fouch, and others from the EDCAC, Stephanie Correa, and others. It includes about 20 people. So included in the SEDS draft that was distributed to the, that will be distributed to the public, as well as already has been distributed to the strategy committee, includes a list at the very back of all the committee members.
So you do not have community representation with the stakeholder.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you the first part of your.
It doesn't sound like you have community stakeholders, or do you?
Yes, we do. You mean from San Juan or from overall?
From the county, you're speaking to a county strategy.
I'm just
Right.
wondering if you have just
No.
regular folks.
Right. No, we have the city of Hollister, Airport Associates, Economic Development Citizens Advisory Committee, from the San Benito County Resource Management Agency, San Benito County Business Council, PG&E, from Rural County RCRC, or Rural California Representatives of California. We have like 25. So it'd be hard to go through each one. It's included in, we wanted to include someone from each area, like Youth Alliance, Anderson Hall, from a developer, Workforce Development Board, Resource Management, Downtown Association of Hollister, San Juan Bautista, and City of San Juan Bautista.
We can provide that list too.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
Councilmember Sabathia?
No questions.
I don't have any either. Thank you very much. Any from Zoom?
We have one hand raised.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Elia Salinas.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you. So I know she mentioned businesses there. I would like her to mention, please, how many new businesses has the San Benito Economic Development Corporation brought to the region? I'm very concerned about that. It is now time for them to go back and ask for funding. And I'm going to advocate that no municipality continue funding the Economic Development Corporation. And all the information that I have is that the businesses that have come to San Benito County have been by the property owners themselves and by business people themselves. If anything, the EDC has given incorrect information and caused loss of economic development just within the recent 2 months. Rather than recruit new businesses, and we lost business. And I am not one to pull any punches. And honestly, I'm sorry, but Renee sounds like she's inebriated, and I'm very embarrassed for her to even continue to be speaking in such a manner before all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can I reply to that?
Absolutely.
I just wanted to let Aaliyah know that, we're doing everything we can. There's a big problem in San Benito County with utilities. We don't have PG&E service. It's at its capacity. And so we can't bring new businesses in for 2 or 3 years. And so we're doing everything we can to retain our businesses and help them expand in Hollister and San Benito County. And we're working with the CPUC, PG&E, and others to try to expand that capacity so that we don't have this problem.
Thank you for that. Questions, comments, concerns from chambers? Come on up, state your name for the record.
Jill Pagaran, 207th Street. I think also we need to take into consideration that Renee Wells and EDC had a real challenge working through COVID. The information that they sent out and had to deal with that changed almost daily was a super challenge. So for the last 2.5 years, that has been a focus just to keep us all in our businesses and in our livelihoods going.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, comments, concerns?
I have a question.
Thank you very much. State your name for the record, please.
Cynthia Orozco.
Thank you.
I'm just, I think I was a little confused with that whole thing with electricity and new businesses. Are you guys stating that there's no more businesses being able to be brought into the city? Cause I have a property that I'm selling and they're gonna wanna bring a business here. Is it gonna be possible?
That's for the city of Hollister. There's issues with sub PG&E substations or lack thereof to have enough power. So Renee has been working diligently with the PUC, the EDC, and the Business Council and a plethora of others to get PG&E substations into Hollister and San Benito County.
And that is relevant with San Juan Bautista because
This is a joint venture that we're all participating in.
Okay, understood.
And it's a full-on county how we can all coordinate our efforts.
Okay, thank you for the clarity.
I'd like to help clear this up a little bit.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the substations that serve San Juan Bautista is at Earthbound Farms or Taylor Farms that's driving out of town. It is at 60% capacity. If you want to bring a new business into San Juan, you can. We
Absolutely.
have the power. That's Hollister that has the problem.
Yep.
Not us.
We are open for business. Thank you. Yeah, step to the podium, please, and please state your name.
My name is Diana Del Paz. And I would like to actually hear that coming from Renee, because I actually honestly just heard her say that this had to do with San Juan Bautista and Hollister, that there is problem with electricity. So I would like her to speak on that again, because I'm hearing you say something differently, and we just want to be very clear here. Okay, Renee, can
Yeah.
you please speak on what you just said? You did say it was San Juan Bautista and Hollister.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
All right, I just wanted to let everyone know that San Juan Bautista, the city of San Juan Bautista does not have a problem. You do have capacity at your substation. It just doesn't support the rest of San Benito County and Hollister. And so we have a problem in Hollister and the other parts of San Juan Bautista. San Benito County. San Juan Bautista does not have a problem, and you guys are in good shape, and we're working to retain business and bring new businesses into San Juan Bautista.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. Thanks, Renee. We appreciate
welcome.
all you're doing. Looking forward to those. I'm sorry, we have one more.
Helena Walton for the record.
Thank you.
So
Welcome.
thank you. I think it's going to be important for everyone in attendance and even in Zoom land to look at our current SEDS and see what it's all about, so you have a better understanding of what's going on. There's a lot of moving and working parts, and Renee, to her credit, is one of our advisors for the city, for our Economic Advisories Council. And she's given major support to us, and we have appreciated working with her. And like I said, there's a lot of moving parts. So it's important for everyone, when you're talking about certain things that's going on with the SEDS, the current SEDS, and then the one that they're working to put together for the next 5-year plan, it would behoove us to take a look to what's going on and what that's all about and how we can participate in it.
Thank you very much for that. Again, Renee, thank you very much. We appreciate all you do for us.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Helena. It's very important that even in the last 5 years, the new SEDS is a lot different. It needs to have projects that are included that we're going to look for funding for from the Economic Development Administration and federal and state funding. So it's important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another quick change, if I may, can we put D first, thank you. We're going to 9D now. Discussion related to letter dated April 26, 2023 regarding the use of name in quotes San Juan Bautista Business Association. City manager.
Mayor, this matter came before the council when it was requested by Councilmember Sabathia in conjunction with, I believe, Councilmember Morris Lopez, in response to a letter that we've been copied on at City Hall when the City Council has received copies of from the attorney of one of the associations, not finding valid information or asking the other association to stop using the same names. The controversy in the community that the city has not been directly involved in, but is certainly aware of. So I don't know if Councilmember Sabathia or Morris Lopez wish to speak on their feelings on this matter.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Sabathia, go ahead.
Yeah, so as Don stated, the city council and city staff received a letter from an attorney regarding the use of the name San Juan Bautista Business Association. The entire matter is concerning to me because we are a very small community, and part of the reason I moved here was to be a part of a small and tight knit community, and I would like for all of us to find ways to work together and to be harmonious and inclusive. And so I wanted to bring this for discussion so that it could be Brown Act makes things hard to discuss outside of meetings. So here where there cannot be violations, I'd like it to be discussed.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
I pretty much just wanted this also be able to discuss out in public. It's kind of like that, that saying, the elephant in the room, and the elephant in the room has been here hiding out or in plain sight for several months. And I think it's a good time to have an open, honest discussion. For me personally, I know that there's 3 different committees that are dealing with economic development, which is confusing to me with such a small community, that we have that going on. The other issue for me is that we did hire a city manager, Mr. Brian Fouch. He has a couple of titles, and one of them I recall is an economic development director. So I'm not quite sure why we have appointed him with that, and we have 2 other organizations that are, in my opinion or my observation, which could be very limited or myopic. I don't mind being corrected or criticized here. I mean, so I'm not quite understanding why he's not directing, and we're having this climate right now. And I know one organization that has been here for several years, and that is the one that I know. So I don't know much about this other one that has the letter and the attorney. So I'd like to hear from them, and I'd like to the community to weigh in on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go to public comment before I go to council comments. So where do we go from here? Zoom, anybody in Zoom wish to speak on this topic?
We have one hand raised.
Thank you very much. Please state your name for the record.
Elia Salinas, and I'm hoping this is my last comment for the evening. This community of San Juan Bautista is really a quite charming place. It is too small to be as political as it has become. I think that there could be some type of mediation that can happen. It is my understanding that instead of being inclusive, it has been exclusive in what is happening. I would like to see those members, like an ad hoc committee, sit at a round table and discuss this out. This subject, the way it has occurred, is actually extremely important for the economic development of Little San Juan Bautista. You're all neighbors. Your stores are next to each other. You walk next to each other. You see each other at a store, at a restaurant, whatever. It must be resolved among yourselves. I don't think I'm hoping that it doesn't get to where you've gotten a letter already from an attorney and it goes to a lawsuit. Somehow there must be a way with a open forum committee to have these discussions hacked out in a productive and inclusive way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments on Zoom?
Lori Wilson.
Lori, welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, this is Lori Wilson at Bears Hideaway here in San Juan Bautista. As a board member of the San Juan Bautista Business Association, I'm very proud of the presentation that Jill and Fran spoke today, this evening, and all the fellow members that belong to our organization. This is my second year on the board, and I am very in awe at the hard work and the many hours of dedication that this organization brings to our community. We have been in existence for many years, and it's just how I feel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments from Zoom?
Seeing no more hand raised, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Before we go to chambers, can we read letters? And we're gonna do a 3-minute timer on those. But first, if I can pass you this, so then I can time afterwards. I don't think it mentions it at all. You can forward it. Gotta forward it. I have a question to the attorney if they can answer this. Microphone, please. Before 3. Okay, thank you very much. This came after 3.
The public comment procedures.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Okay, I have a timer for, please sit by. Three minutes.
Dear City Council members, I hope this finds you and the beautiful city of San Juan Bautista well and thriving. It has come to my attention that some members of the community are calling into question the legitimacy of a nonprofit that serves our community. The San Juan Bautista Association EIN 47-3176537 has partnered with the Community Foundation since it was formed. They questioned and received the first grant in 2016. This was the brand development of San Juan Bautista. Over the past 7 years, the organization has received 7 grants worth over 52,000. All these grants were spent promoting the city of San Juan Bautista and supporting tourism. The San Juan Bautista Association is a very legitimate in their mission of supporting and promoting economic vitality while maintaining the charm and history of San Juan Bautista. If you have any questions or need more information on our relationship with this nonprofit, please feel free to reach out to me. Sincerely, Gary Byrne, President and CEO of the Community Foundation.
That should have been read by with a brogue. Thank you. Thank you very much. Next.
Dear City Council members, please allow this to serve as a letter of support for the San Juan Bautista Business Association. I had the pleasure of working closely with the San Juan Bautista Business Association during my years as a coordinator for the Economic Development Corporation serving San Benito County. This is a very credible and effective organization staffed entirely with volunteers of the highest caliber. The work that the San Juan Bautista Business Association has done to promote tourism in San Juan Bautista is top-notch and is far-reaching. Their ability to leverage the resources that they receive from the city of San Juan Bautista and other funders allows them to bring thousands of visitors to San Juan Bautista each year, thus adding sustainability to the economic well-being of the San Juan Bautista. The San Juan Bautista Business Association has a strong and positive reputation with other tourism organizations throughout the state. The San Juan Bautista Business Association is an established nonprofit organization as designated by the IRS 501c3 and the California Secretary of State. They are in good standing with both the IRS and the Secretary of State. Having the City Council's full support is essential to the future success of the San Juan Bautista Business Association. Feel free to contact me if you have any further questions. Sincerely, Kathy Johnson.
Thank you. Do we have any more?
Yes, one more.
One more. Okay, go ahead.
Dear City Council, city staff, and members of the public, in my current position with the PG&E and having served the Hollister Downtowns Association Executive Director, I have had the pleasure of working with the association for many years and have helped to facilitate the PG&E Foundation's Better Together grant funding to the Small Business Saturday reusable shopping bags in the association that the association provides. I have also observed the cohesive solidarity of this nonprofit, which promotes the city of San Juan Bautista, collaborating with all the various entities in the community to promote tourism and the local economy. I welcome this opportunity to validate the accomplishments of the San Juan Bautista Business Association. Since its founding in 2011, this group committed volunteers has demonstrated its ability to work together and deliver on its mission to promote economic vitality while maintaining the charm and history of San Juan Bautista. Best, Gina Arnold, PG&E Government Affairs. And that's it, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Comments from chambers? Do we have cards?
Yeah, we have some in the back and I have one speaker card.
Okay.
Elena Walton.
Helena Walton.
Thank you very much. Welcome. Sorry.
Again. So this is not disputing the credibility of the other association or what they brought to the table. We've all appreciated and loved the work that they've done. And that's not part of why we're here. Is in regards to the use of the name, and simply from the letter that was coming from our attorney, it says, I'm writing a follow-up on a letter to you dated April 14, 2023 regarding this dispute over the use of this county of trade name, San Juan Bautista Business Association. Encloses printout of the article that appeared in San Benito Link on April 17, 2023. Certain other facts in this article presumably obtained from your client are incorrect. Specifically, the article state that in 2018, the San Juan Committee registered this county, the fictitious business name San Juan Business Association. In fact, the San Juan Committee on March 13, 2018 registered the DBA San Juan Business Community Business Association. When I last checked with the county on March 13, 2018, the DBA had expired. The facts are that neither the San Juan Committee or the new corporation has ever registered in this county fictitious business name, San Juan Bautista Business Association. My client registered the DBA on October 5th, 2022, well before the San Juan Committee changed its corporate name on March 20th of this year, 2023. Therefore, pursuant to Business and Professionals Code 14416, my client has the exclusive right to use this DBA or trade name in this county. In light of this, my client requests that the client immediately cease and desist from using the name San Juan Bautista Business Association in this county. Further, as mentioned in my letter on May 14, 2023, if you believe that our clients can move forward and work together for the benefit of the city of San Juan Bautista, please give me a call.
Thank you very much. Any other speaker cards? No.
No further speaker cards received.
Thank you. Would anybody else in chambers like to speak? Thank you.
I can't hear Mr. Rathi.
Yeah, I don't think your microphone is working.
Yeah, I'm not able to hear Mr. Rathi and anything that he said.
I'll try it again. Let me preface this by saying that it's a civil matter between the two nonprofit public benefit corporations. City really is not involved here, other than you want to know who you believe has the right to use the name. Okay. This turns on the matter of fictitious business name statement, or a DBA as it's sometimes known, but legally it's called a fictitious business name statement. And in the county, the SJB Business Association, Inc., Incorporated, has the right, in my opinion, under the fictitious business name filing they made on October 5th, 2022, to use the name San Juan Bautista Business Association. The San Juan Committee did have a fictitious business name filing as San Juan Bautista Community Business Association, but that registration expired on March 13th, 2023, according to the county records. The San Juan Committee did change its name to the San Juan Bautista Business Association on March 20th, 2023, but has not filed a fictitious business name statement to use that name in the county, and doing so under Business and Professions Code 14416 would not prevail, because the SJB Business Association, Inc., filed a fictitious business name statement as that same name on October 5th, 2022. So in the county, the SJB Business Association, Inc. has the right under Business and Professions Code to use that name. San Juan Bautista Business Association, newly renamed, has the right to use the name elsewhere in the state.
Thank you very much for that. Any other questions, comments, concerns?
Madam Mayor, I just received a speaker card last minute. I don't know if you would allow it.
Yep, go ahead.
Linda?
Thank you all. Oh, sorry.
This is a name issue between two nonprofits. I don't know why we're in front of the city council with this. And I apologize, I don't understand what the other group is about. We did file our DBA to use the Community Business Association because we went out to our community when we were renaming our nonprofit, or renaming ourselves. We went out to the community and those were the names that came in. And then we took it to the board and chose a name. And then we went out to the community again and publicized it that we were the San Juan Bautista Community Business Association. Wow, here comes COVID. We're attending 50,000 EDC, CAC, ED, whatever meetings, right? Well, and then we have this big name. So we abbreviate it. San Juan Business Association. Oh, how clever, right? Then all of a sudden, after a year of sitting in these meetings, another group decides, well, we're going to name that meeting. You didn't do your paperwork. We have the right, which, okay, that's fine. And we can work together. There's 2,000 people in our town. Why can't we figure this out? We're not really in business. We're a community-driven appreciation nonprofit. We do this because we grew up here and we love San Juan. Okay. We know our mission is valuable. We know our downtown is historic and we want to play on that. We love that. We love the tourists coming. We love our mission gets almost $7,000 every Sunday in donations. Now, what other little mission gets that? How come we have a parking problem? We're busy. We're recruiting. We're working constantly, trying to keep San Juan going. What I need to know is why can't we work together? I think we had an invitation that came out from EJ and we set up times that we could meet and nothing happened. There was other times when Helena, I think, approached Fran and then we said, yes, we could meet when Brian and Dawn or just Brian had time. Nothing happened. So how did we get this far? So it's my hope that we can figure this out. It's a small, small town and we grew up here. We've lived here. We've been here for generations. How did this happen? That's what I.
Thank you very much. For the record, that was Jill Pagaran. Okay.
Hi,
I'm
my name is
retaking my
Linda
card.
again. Okay,
I'm sorry, state your name for the record and I apologize. I didn't.
my name is Linda again. I have Vintage Rose Antiques and Collectibles. I'm going to explain how this all started. Okay, it's really simple. I keep hearing all this other stuff. I was here a full year. I've been here, I'm on my 8th year. It was a year after I got here that San Juan Bautista Committee was formed because Chamber went under. And that's how they were formed. Jill is the last person on the original group that started, right, Jill? Okay. Oh, I thought Jill was. Okay. Downtown merchants have always represented themselves since the Chamber fell apart. So when COVID hit, there hadn't been any meetings for a couple years. So Helena and I got together and filed the paperwork to get our association going and be more formal. Before it was just, we met whenever and we couldn't hold any funds because we weren't official. So that's why we formed. But they were using San Juan Community Business Association. We had no idea when we filed our paperwork that that would be a problem. They had their name. They do marketing. They were formed for marketing and tourism. And I appreciate everything they've ever done. Okay, I know they work hard. We didn't do this to slide anybody. We didn't do this. We just wanted to get the businesses going. A lot of people here are struggling. We talked to a lot of new people that are here and they had no support. That's the reason we started this. It had no intention to slide what they're doing. They were handling marketing and tourism. We were being support for the business. So and the other thing is, when this came to me in April, there was a problem. I contacted Jill several times by email. I have it by phone. I stopped Fran. I called her. I contacted her. I have it documented. So let's get together and work this out. This was last April. Nobody would meet with us. Okay. I tried, Paulina tried, and I don't believe when you say sorry that we didn't want to meet with you because we did.
Please speak to the council and.
Okay,
in the
I
mic.
talked
Thank you.
to them when they came into my store. Jill came into my store to get the bags. I didn't even know who she was. I said, let's get together and talk. Nothing. So we have tried. Unfortunately, we've come to this point because they won't talk to us. So that's my opinion, and that's.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Fran Fitzharris. I've been part of this whole situation from the beginning as well. And, I'm proud of our group. We've stayed professional. We've continued to do what is asked of us, and that is to be out there supporting and advertising San Juan Bautista and supporting the community. And I could easily go down my long list of having notes put on my car and various other things, messages at 2 a.m. But I don't want to go down that direction because that's not what this is about. This is about the fact that May 6, 2020, I had a conversation with Helena and I was representing the San Juan Bautista Business Association. I introduced myself and I know she mentioned, because this is the thing she mentions all the time, is that she sent and applied for membership. And I explained to her, we're in COVID, that is gone. And then several months later, during one of the business forums, she announces that they're starting a nonprofit and they're using San Juan Bautista Business Association. And so that became a topic. And so I'm the one that approached her not once, but twice to explain to her, why are we going to do this? This is going to divide our community and this is going to cause a lot of problems and people are going to make fun of us. We're already getting made fun of at San Juan. Why do we want to do this? So honestly, I really tried to reason, but it was very obvious to me from the very beginning that they wanted this name and there was nothing they're going to do. They followed our trend with the DBA, everything. The process is right there. You're hearing it and seeing it. They were set and determined to have the same name. So if someone wants to work with their community or work with another group, that's not how you do it. So, and we don't want to argue and we don't want to make drama out of this, but these are just the situation and the facts that we're in.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? Thank you.
No, Madam Mayor.
One more. Sorry, hands went up. Thank you.
Nikki Bear, 5 Donner Street.
Thank you. Welcome.
Did you get a copy of our letter? Or did you see the press release? I know, I had felt the same way when EJ said he got a letter from the San Juan Bautista Business Association. Which one?
The only letter that I've seen is the one that's in the packet.
Okay, well, we did a press release, so you would have seen a timeline. Our organization actually started in 2011. It was the San Juan Committee at that time. It was started under the chamber and it's evolved over the years.
And they were, I mean, there was a merchant organization in town, the Downtown Merchants. But why another group would want to take a name so similar to an existing group? It seems like it's just to cause confusion or to capitalize on an existing organization. And it is silly. I don't know why we're here. There has been discussion about getting the two groups together. It hasn't happened. I don't know why. But anyway, everybody claims to tell you the whole story, the true story, but the facts will speak for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments, concerns from council? It is in front of us, so if we have opinions, speak them now or forever hold your peace until the next time. Councilmember Frails.
This is a civil matter that between two nonprofits, and have absolutely not a dog in this fight.
Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
I have basically the exact same feelings as Scott. But I always try to be helpful, and so I'm wondering, because the genesis of part of this problem was that the original San Juan Bautista Chamber of Commerce fell apart because some of the board members were less than honest. So put it that way. So you know, maybe one of the groups would like to be the chamber again. I don't know. That's just that certainly you'd have a different name at that point. Just a suggestion, but I have no dog in the fight. And
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Thank you. I have a question for the second group that we have a letter from your attorney. I believe that's the San Juan Bautista Business Association, Inc. I want to ask you, why did you choose that name? It's a small town. If you were aware that there was already an existing group, whether or not they did their DBA, they had the name, they were using the name. What was your motive and intention to use an identical name?
First and foremost, we didn't know.
I'm sorry. Please state your name for the record.
Helena Walton. First and foremost, we had no idea that they were using that name. It was during our business forum that was created during COVID that it was initiated by our city manager saying that you all should formalize our situation so that we can have a formal setup. And so the name was San Juan Bautista Business Association. That was presented in the meeting. And that's the name that we took to the state to formalize it. It was after that I met with Fran before. This is after that meeting, but it wasn't before we had formalized it because I didn't initiate the application until about November of that year that we tried to work together. But she said that they're using the San Juan Bautista Community Business Association. And she said the names were too similar to utilize for them to utilize. And I said
That was the San Juan Committee.
the San Juan Committee.
Yes.
So they had a DBA. So their corporate name was the San Juan Committee. And we had no idea that they were using at the time the San Juan Business Community Association. We found out after everything was said and done that that was their DBA. Even on their website, it didn't say that. The city's website, it didn't say that. And I was told from various members of their group that they've been doing business in the county, which I thought was amazing. Let's work together. And doing, they're on different committees outside of the city utilizing that name, but it was not used here. Even when I spoke to the mayor in regards to it, she said that the San Juan Committee is the one that gets funding. And it wasn't the San Juan Community Business Association. So it was my impression that the name of the organization, even when I looked it up, said the San Juan Committee. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, you did. But I'm very curious when you said that you met with the mayor or the city manager. Is that
I
what you
met with
said?
the city manager. I
Okay.
met with the assistant city manager. I've met with the mayor. I met with EJ. We all had a discussion. We brought all of our documentations to the table and we discussed it. prior to them changing their name officially in February 20th of this year.
So it kind of makes me to make this big jump, trying to understand it. And yes, I agree with Councilman Friels. This is kind of a civil thing, but since we have the letter, it's in our possession. Councilman EJ wanted to bring this up, and I said, sure, I'll second it. You know, it's just kind of a festering thing that's going on. And it's causing a lot of division. But back to the city manager. So you had this meeting with him. I'm assuming that he may have known that this other group was already using the name.
No, we were told that their name was the San Juan Committee. And in that meeting, we addressed the fact, who gets funding? Who's the city funding for marketing and tourism? And they specified it was the San Juan Committee. It was not the San Juan DBA Business Association. You can go back and look at your financial records to see who actually got funded for the services that they've been providing to the city and to our community. And it was that. With regards to this name, whether you want to know if it's a civil matter or not, the fact is, under the code, they can't do business in this county under that name. So since you have been notified, and if you continue to utilize the name, that takes it to a different matter. Our goal is not to go to court we want to work together with the two organizations. One, with our organization, we had a need that was not being met. Our business
Can you
community.
explain what your group is? Because I know very little about it. I do know that the city has really inserted themselves with your group and does not much with the other group except for funding. So I want to know what's the deal here? What's the connection? What do you do? And why is our city economic director so invested with you? I understand that he meets with you. I just want to know, as a city council member, what is this about?
So basically what we've done is we've created a platform for all businesses, not just a segment of businesses within the city, but anyone who wanted to participate, so that there was a voice that they can be heard and supportive network for them. Right now, like I explained to Fran, when I initially tried to join the San Juan Committee, it was just prior to COVID. COVID hit, and then because they're a volunteer group, it wasn't represented. They weren't responding to that. Now that we're outside of COVID, I have attended at least one meeting with their organization this year. And just because of when it happens and it's earlier in the morning, so sorry. But it's not because I don't want to participate. We've encouraged both groups to cross-pollinate with each other, because what they're doing and their goals of their organization is different than what we're doing. Theirs was mostly promoting in tourism, and we appreciate it and we need that. Ours was to be a supportive network for the other businesses within the community, and where they didn't feel like they had the support system. So we have several, and I believe you all just received a letter or email from the chamber where I think 15 of our associates within our organization has joined the chamber now, so we can further expand our reach in our community and abroad to draw and attract more people, because there's a bigger platform for us to navigate with.
So you're representing more of what's on 3rd Street. That was your goal.
It's not just on 3rd Street. We have businesses that have joined the organization that's from other counties. They want to do business with San Juan Bautista. So it's just a supportive outlet for us to build. We have a marketing social media program going on to show all the businesses get set up on a platform. They can do cross-pollination with marketing, things that were ailing the business community, the needs that they were feeling like they were being unmet and unrealized. That's what our organization is doing. We're giving them an outlet so we can come together, we can discuss what are the problems the pitfalls that we're having as a business community, and how do we address them with some actionable intel. I'm grateful, like I said, and I'll continue to say this. I know a lot of the ladies in the group, and I've always supported them in their businesses, except for Fran. I don't think you're sorry, Fran. I didn't say, I think you all do a lot. We appreciate that.
Thank you. I said already.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for all that information.
For Sabathia.
So a couple of things I wanted to address. Comments why this is here. This is a forum for discussion. Obviously things need to be talked about. I have tried to organize a meeting so that we can sit down and talk. That still will happen. There were issues with, I think I tried to go a little bit too high tech for some people with the calendar invite. So my bad on that. I will do something more conventional to try to organize a meeting, but we will have that meeting. I think one thing that I wanted to say and be clear about openly, I love how many strong, confident women are pillars in this community. And to me, it would be a shame if we don't find a way for us all to work together, for you all to work together. And so that's my aim. And I'm trying to use any outlet I have, any position I have, as a platform to foster discussion and move forward with all of that. So hopefully that answers some of the questions as to why we're talking about it. The people that are talking here, the businesses that are represented are core and central to San Juan. So to me, it's no waste of time to talk about it when and where we can.
Thank you very much. These are all volunteers. San Juan Bautista was built on volunteers, and I appreciate all of that. Are we experiencing technical difficulties? Okay. Sorry. I had similar questions. Why would any group choose a name of another group knowing full well that the first group was still in existence? It was days apart that, my understanding, days apart where group number 2 took up the name that group number 1 didn't renew. Having the same name as thank you very much. Having the same name as another group, or I'm sorry, having the same name as the San Juan Bautista Business Association effectively cuts them off at the knees for doing anything else in this county, for doing any good that they have done over the past, I don't know how many years. It has, as of the date of April 26, 2023, you have effectively cut off the San Juan Bautista Business Association at the knees, and they can no longer, according to this, use that name to do anything. That's a sad day for this county, for this city. Please, if you wish to address the council, then you may come up to the dais and speak your mind. If not, please hold your comments. I look forward to having that meeting. And that's it. Anybody else? Thank you very much. Moving on to 9.
I just make one closing comment. It sounds like both groups, that there is a will to work together. And I think if that's true, on the matter of the legality of the use of the name and the names, that could probably be worked out by bringing a business attorney in for a couple of hours, and they would be able to straighten it all out. If there's a will on both sides to do that.
There's a will on both sides. And again, it's a civil matter. And again, the second group has effectively cut off, as of April 26th, anything that group number 1 can do. Where are we? 9C. Thank you very much. Receive presentation of the city's draft budget for financial year 2023-25 and schedule workshops. Draft fiscal year 2023 34 budget.
Thank you, Mayor. This is merely an introduction of the budget and to let the community know that the budget is available here at City Hall, at the Public Library. There's a PDF format online, and of course, it's presented in our software ClearGov. We presented a balanced budget for the city council to work with. with a $99,000 surplus at this time. We have several options on the table right now, several requests for funding to support recreation, to support historic preservation. I'm in the conversations with the sheriff about their contract, and that means there'll be an increase. That's what conversations about the contract mean. And so I'm just introducing the budget today. I'm going to forego the few slides I had set up for that. We wanted to get the council's blessing and schedule a workshop for Thursday, the 25th, Thursday, the 25th of May, at 5 or 6 p.m. You let me know, but I'd like to keep that date if I could. That way we have time before June 13th to meet a second time if we need to. That's my goal, and that's the end of my report.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Councilmember Freeman? Friel, sorry. Thank you.
Please go first.
Nothing.
I'm good with May 25th. Other than that, I got.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez?
If it's on a Thursday, I'll be there.
Thank you. Councilmember Sabathia?
I'm good with it.
Thank you. I am as well. Questions, comments, concerns from Zoom?
Seeing no hands raised, Mayor.
Thank you. Chambers? Chambers left. Chambers has left the building. Thank you very much for that. I really appreciate you keeping it short and thank you. May 25th, public meeting. Action items 10A, approve the agreement with the city of Hollister for domestic wastewater treatment.
Thank you for taking this up tonight. This is a long time coming. This is our agreement for the city of Hollister to receive our sanitary sewer, domestic wastewater. It's a 40-year agreement. The provisions are outlined in the staff report. They were agreed upon by both sides of the attorneys. And with our approval tonight, the Hollister City Council will take this up at their next available time. So I believe we are together with Hollister marching forward with this agreement, and I didn't want to let it slip. Wanted to show complete confidence from our city that we want this to happen. We want to be sending our domestic wastewater to Hollister, and this is the tool to do it with a 40-year agreement for Hollister to receive our domestic wastewater.
Thank you. Questions, comments, concerns from Councilmember Friels?
No questions. I spoke to the city manager about this.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Freeman?
I have no questions. It's a good day for San Juan and our quest to get out of EPA compliance actions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez?
No questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Sabathia?
No questions.
Thank you. I have no questions. Thank you. Well done. Good luck on. Oh, sorry. We have to have a motion. Oh, yeah. Did we not go public comment already? That was the last one.
No public comment
Oh, yeah.
via
The
Zoom.
public left the building. Didn't I ask for public comment first? Anyway, can I have a motion for a resolution of the city of San Juan Bautista approving the agreement with the city of Hollister for domestic wastewater treatment and disposal?
Seconded.
Thank you very much. Motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Freeman, seconded by Councilmember Sabathia. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Friels,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. The later it gets, the faster I go and forget. 10B, approve the public utility easement deed with the city of Hollister for domestic wastewater treatment. City manager?
Thank you, Mayor. With the council's approval of the first agreement, this is an important but lesser agreement. It simply preserves an easement on Hollister's property at their wastewater treatment plant, whereby we could place the city's pipe in that easement and connect directly to their system. So it allows us access to the Hollister property to service that line or to repair that line if necessary, and preserves that space for us to use for the purpose of our sewer line in the future in perpetuity. So with that, that's what a utility easement deed is. It's a deed that will record on title of Hollister's property and forever have a place on their land to transmit our wastewater.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Friels,
No question.
Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
So this is actually a legal issue. I just wanted to ask you, are all the i's dotted and the t's crossed?
I believe so, yes. I've looked at the easement. It looks good. It's a blanket utility easement.
Thank you.
Councilmember Morris Lopez.
No questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Sabathia.
No questions.
I have no questions. Thank you very much. Can I please have a motion for a resolution of the city of San Juan Bautista, a public comment? I'm getting there. Public comment. Zoom,
None at this time, Mayor.
public comment chambers.
None.
Thank you very much. May I have a motion for a resolution of the city of San Juan Bautista approving the public utility easement deed with the city of Hollister for domestic wastewater treatment and disposal?
So moved.
Thank you very much.
Seconded.
Thank you. Motion made by Councilmember Sabathia and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Freeman. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Friels?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Freeman?
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez?
Yes.
Councilmember Sabathia?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Review zoning ordinance chapter 11-04 additional development standards section 11-04-030 mixed use commercial and industrial districts. City manager.
Thank you. This is Assistant City Manager Brian Fouch's item. It's really quite simple. The recommendation is that we refer this matter back to the Planning Commission for deliberation, but I'll let Brian explain what it is and just briefly go through it. Brian, thank you.
Yeah, well, it is actually that simple. Hopefully the solution will be simple and creative, of course, and hopefully enlightened conversation among planning commissioners will yield a good solution to a section that's been very controversial lately in a number of respects. With respect to the provision regarding the conduct of business for commercial and industrial uses entirely within a building, which is relatively restrictive, no, actually restrictive, and then also some corollary provisions in that same section that refer to the display of merchandise for sale. So, the questions are whether these provisions actually belong together with the more, sort of performance-oriented provisions that apply mostly to industrial uses, although they can also apply to various commercial uses too. So, to work this out, it's going to require some conversation about the intent of these regulations and what might be done to protect the public interest, and what were identified in the intent section of this particular section to ensure that these uses are that uses in the city don't cause that are consistent with the general public safety and general welfare of the community and our benefit. So that's the purpose of the agenda item, and this was requested to be put on the agenda. So I did put a little bit of text in the staff report about, what the important things are with respect to zoning ordinances and zoning regulations with respect to those provisions. And so hopefully that's helpful. But I think that if the Planning Commission will be able to, see through the weeds and come up with some alternative language to present to the City Council. So that's the staff recommendation.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments from council? Councilmember Friels?
No question.
Thank you. Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Freeman?
Yes, I have quite a few. This ordinance has been used to shut down Papa Brothers food truck while they were legally parked on Vertigo's leased property, not on a city street. So we need to take a bigger view here. In fact, last night, the city of Hollister spent, I think, well over an hour on food truck and food trailer. And they're going to do the same thing, devise an ordinance for it. And it's because food trucks give cities and people and neighborhoods and communities a wider variety of food choices than what's available. And to my friends who say, John, but you're going to take away from the previous, or not the previous, Mick and Broder, brick and mortar. It's getting too late. Getting too late. The brick and mortar restaurants, I will remind you, when I moved here, we had far more restaurants then than we do now. We had 3 Mexican foods. We had a German place. We had the Fault Line. We had a Chinese place, and we had the Chico's where the sewing shops are. So we had, in addition to the ones we have now. So having a few food trucks is not going to, I don't think, take away all their business, because when I moved here in 2002, all those restaurants were going and they were surviving and doing well. So it's an easier way to do economic development than, let's face it, JJ's is trying to move literally just a few hundred feet, and it's going to take them a couple of years. I mean, they have to build stuff, and that takes time. So we need to get moving on this. This ordinance is also, it's bizarre, and it really needs to be divided up, parsed out. They talk about radioactivity, and if you do a strict construction of that, that means there'll never be a dentist's office in town, never be a health clinic, because they all have x-rays, they all have radioactivity. Each time you take a x-ray of your teeth or of your ankle to see if it's broken, there's a very, very small amount of radioactivity that is released and contained in a container and later picked up by a very specific hazardous waste service provider. So this ordinance just kind of does away with all that. So we're never going to have a dentist office or a health clinic or anything like that if we follow the strict construction of this law. So this needs to go back to the drawing board, literally divided up into about 4 ordinances, and then we need an additional one, I think, just for food. I'm going to call them mobile food kitchens, and it's being done all over the state by a lot of cities. This is not, we would not be novel or different by doing this. We'd actually be joining the club, if you know what I mean. And so I really. And in the meantime, I would like to stay this ordinance. I'd like to make a motion to stay this ordinance for 120 days while the Planning Commission figures it out, because I don't want any more issues, compliance issues that have come up. It's literally torn this community apart. Once again, separate from all this that happened a half hour ago, it's tore our community apart. I got neighbors yelling at me that they can't get their chicken sandwich anymore. And I know it's been papered over. I know we can now, but we need to figure things out correctly, and we need to stay the ordinance so we can have Food choices for the summer. How about that? Put it positively. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Thank you. I also agree with Councilmember Freeman that we need to stay this ordinance. It needs to be picked apart because it says nothing about food trucks. I think we should call them as they are. I don't think mobile food kitchen is appropriate. They're food trucks. And that's what they like to be called. This ordinance talks about zoning of commercial and industrial. That's a whole other subject that I think the city needs to look at. We need to go back and look at our commercial, mixed use, industrial, residential zones, because some of the stuff that's in here, the verbiage and the guidelines and the recommendations or ordinances really have to do more with, I believe, light industry, industrial, commercial, and not commercial in the sense of a storefront where you walk in there and buy trinkets or souvenirs. This is, to me, I interpret it more as commercial, as industrial, light industrial, but I don't see food trucks in here. And one thing I also want to say is that it was really unfortunate how city staff, and you know who you are, and you all answer to the city manager as well, who's sitting here. And my word of caution is that in the future, and I think that's why I want to stay it, is that we could not conduct ourselves like we did. It was unacceptable how this came about on a weekend of a craft show, and it caused a lot of grief, misinterpretation, documentation that should have been at the ready for our staff and us, that Vertigo had their proper papers in order, but they weren't to be found. I heard that staff went out there and pretty much harassed the food truck owners of Hoppa Brothers, which was uncalled for. Also had a family member in tow, which is not appropriate for city staff. They should not have family members. Also, there was the optics that then a couple weeks later or a month later, we had another incident where there was a food truck in another property. And I was told and it was told by a citizen that they were concerned about that because you're going to shut down Hoppa's, but yet you've got this other food truck in an area where there isn't a restaurant there. There was to be a restaurant there by the name of Brewery 25. They jumped through hoops of fire, and unfortunately it didn't go any forward. What I understand is that they had obtained the CUP or the permits or the license, but they're no longer there. So I think the city needs to really look at that application that was awarded to them. And if their name is anywhere on that, that needs to come off. And you need to make the owner of that property apply for their own in their name. I think the city is being very, very careless and reckless in how we're approaching things. And we need to really put solid thought behind it. Small community, but we also need to be.
Is this are we following the?
Yes, I am. We're not to have a discussion. I'm talking. Thank you.
No, I'm calling point of order. We're supposed to be, as direction to direct the planning commission to reevaluate. So not berate city staff for 20 minutes.
I'm not berating city staff. I'm talking about the facts, just like my council member to the left of me did. He had his spot. He spoke his thoughts, and I'm speaking mine. Thank you. That's all I have to say. Stay it.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Sabathia.
I third staying the motion. I had a question and it has escaped me. Yeah, but I'm in favor.
I am as well. The planning commission needs to definitely reevaluate this and bring back recommendations to the city. The way that this ordinance has been used is in my opinion, we're citing pop-ups and food trucks, but we're not citing the outdoor display of merchants that shall only occur during times when the associated establishment is also open for business, or only merchandise normally available at the associated business may be displayed outdoors. So it needs some reworking, something that can be, if it comes in the form of several ordinances, that's great. Questions, comments, concerns from the community from Zoom?
We have 2 hands raised via Zoom.
Thank you very much. Oh, they're coming in.
Lori Wilson, you have three minutes.
Thank you, Lori. State your name. I don't know why I do that.
Hi, thank you, City Council member. Yes, Lori Wilson, owner of Bears Hideaway. I have been in business for 13 years in San Juan Bautista and lived in this community for over 16. A few weeks ago, our code enforcement came in to my business to tell me that I could no longer have outside guest merchants in my outside patio or garden area, which is my garden area is my extension of my indoor business. He said I can only have them indoors. I'm a very small venue. 95% of my business is outside in my very private outdoor area. All businesses here in town that have pop-ups, art classes, or services, or miscellaneous activities on their private property are these activities are very popular, and people actually love coming out. They come into town, they shop our shops, they eat at our restaurants and enjoy our community. Our customers enjoy these extra activities and keep coming back to support our businesses. Please amend this ordinance so our businesses can thrive, and as well as our community. I also support suspending enforcement of this ordinance until it can be amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Dan, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Dan DeVries, 405 5th Street. And I commend the council for its decision to remand almost this matter back to the Planning Commission. I can report that when this matter was discussed at the Planning Commission, there was great, I'll say, enthusiasm to roll up our sleeves and get to work on that. So I think we will be eager to do it. One thing that has come up a little bit, or a few times, which I think bears reiterating, is the stay of enforcement of 11-04-030 during the pendency of the Planning Commission's deliberations, which could take a little bit. And then also, of course, any recommendations would have to go back to the council. If you're going to amend the ordinance or create new ones, of course, that's going to have to go through first read, second read, all that stuff. So we're talking about a process that could last a while. In the meantime, I think it's very important that 11-04-030 not be enforced with a stay of enforcement, and that stay of enforcement act retroactively so that these businesses like Vertigo and Lori's Bears Hideaway and so forth can get back to business as usual throughout their very busy, lucrative summer season. We're talking about significant decreases in what would otherwise be their expected revenue, unless they're able to get back to business as normal while we do the work to get this right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Jim, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Welcome. State your name for the record.
Good evening, everybody. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I am pleased to hear that this is intended to be stayed. I want to make sure that we get a clear response that any sort of enforcement is suspended during this time until this can get resolved. I will speak specifically about Bears Hideaway, but this really applies to all the businesses. To have a code enforcement officer enter Bears Hideaway and inform Lori that 2 licensed businesses in San Juan Bautista, Utopia and Maricela, who does massage therapy, can no longer be on Lori's back patio offering their services is ridiculous. They are licensed businesses in the city of San Juan Bautista. Lori is a licensed business in the city of San Juan Bautista. Someone lost their mind. I would have asked the code enforcement officer one time politely to leave. This needs to be fixed. Clearly, you all know it. So yes, it needs to be stayed, and there should be no enforcement whatsoever until this is resolved. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments, concerns from chambers?
I have Jose Aranda.
Hi, Jose Aranda, 1190 Vista Way.
Hi, welcome.
Thanks. I just wanted to say again, just to echo what Jim was saying, it is unfortunate that we are seeing that our local businesses are being affected with this ordinance. Just because, you know, from just talking from our business owners, I'm hearing from them that this is actually impacting up to 50% of their revenue, just from doing the table side or pop-ups at their businesses. And it's unfortunate that we're seeing that what Jim just echoed, or what I'm going to echo what Jim just said, is that these pop-ups from Utopia where Bella is coming to help Lori out, and that's at 50% of revenue, they're being told no. And these are local businesses in our own town that have a brick and mortar that are showing up to support other local businesses. And so with that being said, I humbly ask that we do put that ordinance, that we stay that ordinance and stay that enforcement during that time, not 120 days, but until whatever it takes to get this ordinance amended and back out to city council. And as one of your planning commissioners, and what Dan just said, it is going to take some time, but I also want to request that city council direct the planning commission to expedite its review of alternatives. And also, I just want to let you know if there's anything or any special meetings that the planning commission can arrange, I would like to hear it. But pretty much, again, I'm happy to hear that you guys are all on board, but this is a very urgent issue. And you know, summer is coming, and this is when pop-ups and food trucks and San Juan gets together, and we generate a lot of revenue for these businesses. So if we can't get this mark right, we're going to hurt them, and we're going to hurt them bad because they're still struggling from coming back from COVID. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other, is this working? Any other comments from chambers?
Yes, mine's Cynthia Orozco.
Thank you. Welcome.
I'm property owner of, again, 451 San Juan Hollister Road, business owner of Midnight Express. And this ordinance and these restrictions and this confusion that we are given, I mean, there's not even no direct guidelines to do anything. You're told one thing by your city manager, another thing by your city assistant manager. The ordinance says one thing to be understood in one interpretation. Municipal code says something, but yet still it's being enforced differently. Code enforcement officer only comes upon the people he chooses he wants to. I called several times for the RV park. I called several times on my neighbors since they've been calling on me, but Rich Brown does not go, and he makes excuses for them. And then when you tell him that he's being recorded, he threatens you that he's going to file a lawsuit against you. So, I mean, there's something really funky going on with this city. I'm really interested to know, why is it that since 2002, we only have a certain amount of businesses? Maybe it's the way it's being administrated in this city. People that have looked upon my property have looked into trying to purchase it to bring business to this community. Nobody wants to go through all the restrictions this community is bringing upon them. Nobody's going to waste millions of dollars and go into a debt, and then at the last minute know that, oh, they're not going to be able to do their business. That's what happened with cannabis.
I allowed cannabis. I thought, okay, the city wants it. I brought an investor. They made it very difficult. They made it, oh my God, we don't want this, we don't want that. And why did you guys even put it on the thing that you guys even wanted cannabis if it wasn't going to be something you guys were going to approve? It's really sad. People don't have millions of dollars to throw in the trash. Well, the community is trying to figure out what they want. Right now, I am in a debt as well because the city is confused. They give me one regulation, they give other regulations to another town, another neighbor. The city manager told me not to do something. I got a permit to do it. So, I mean, it's very confusing. And here I am now pleading for my livelihood. I mean, the city really needs to get themselves together because this is ridiculous. This is a very small city. This is not San Jose. It's not Salinas, very small. And we have an assistant manager and a manager, and we still can't get it figured out. It's sad.
Thank you very much. Any other comments in chambers? Thank you. State your name for the record.
Chris Martorana. I just, I had a thought occurred to me. The city manager and Brian, the assistant, have taken a lot of criticism and been brutalized pretty badly. And I think one of the perspectives that they may be missing is that the enforcement in San Juan Bautista has been really poor for a very long time. And they're coming at it, looking at it from a purely, I think, a purely legal standpoint. And I think Brian is not necessarily wrong, but the approach, I think, is inappropriate for the town, and the timing is inappropriate. And so I would suggest to them that they need to, as you've said, back off and take some time to understand what's going on in the community before they try to enforce some of this stuff. And obviously give the committee's time to work on it at this point. It just makes sense. I don't know that you can say, we're going to stay it. The thing that's on the agenda item is simply about referring it to the city, to the planning commission. But I would suggest that the attorney can chime in on that, and maybe the city manager. But you know, they're approaching it from a professional standpoint. And unfortunately, we're not in a professional environment. You know, that's just the reality of San Juan Bautista and our history of, I mean, I've been here 10 years. I heard about it from Richard Ponce, who lived here for 75 years or more. And he got a lot of great coaching from Richard on how to make the system work for me. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you very much. Come on up. State your name for the record, please.
Diana Del Paz. And I just kind of wanted to piggyback on both of the conversations or statements that have been made here. First of all, like with all due respect, is that yes, this is really, or unfortunately, we're not trying to put fingers here, but it has been very clear that our management here in the city is not doing their job. It's a very small community. This is not a mathematical kind of problem that we're trying to figure out what pi is with pi and pi and pi. It's like we're going in circles. It's very simple. What's happening is that we have people in the city that are being more flexible or being flexible and not going by what the law is saying and the codes are saying. And those people who are actually present here are the same ones who are causing businesses to go out because they are picking and choosing who they want to allow certain things to go by. They are not going by the codes. They are interpreting the codes to their understanding, and they're being corrected. And when they be corrected, now you are, with all due respect, now you're on the shit list. Now they don't like you. Now they don't want to talk with you. Now, anytime that you go into the city to try to apply for something or do something, sorry, we don't want to help you. We don't want to deal with you because you corrected me. And this needs to stop. It really does need to stop. You guys are all professional. Most of you here of white collar, and you guys are really taking advantage of the blue collar people. We also have people to be feeding. We have families, and you guys are draining our bank accounts, and this needs to stop.
Thank you very much. Just getting ready. Okay, can I please have a motion reviewing, directing the planning commission to evaluate and recommend that to the city council alternatives for amendment of zoning ordinance section 11-04-030 and any related zoning ordinance provisions.
Before I motion, can I get an opinion from the city attorney about staying the ordinance?
I don't think the general description on the agenda this evening is sufficient to take that action.
Can there be an amendment to the motion?
Can't be an amendment to the agenda.
I mean,
No. No, the agenda is pretty, the general description is that the council will review the zoning ordinance, chapter 1104, additional development standards, section 1104-030, mixed use commercial and industrial districts. Would a person reading that agenda know tonight that they should attend this meeting because you were considering suspending enforcement of the ordinance? I don't think so. And I think frankly, I think the experience that we all had with the parklets brings to mind the importance of making sure that whatever we have on the agenda is broad enough to encompass the actions the council's going to take. So I just don't think the agenda is broad enough to allow. I think you can do it, but I don't think you can do it based on this agenda.
thank you.
Also, members of the council, just one thing I'd like to mention about the characteristics of this ordinance, and that is that it applies to all commercial uses and industrial uses, not just simply commercial uses in the downtown district or the mixed use area. So by staying the ordinance just generally, you're affecting all commercial and all industrial uses in the community. So I think some recognition of that is important.
Thank you for that clarification by all. Okay.
It needs to come back to the council, but if he wants to make another comment.
Yeah, I've already called for. Sorry, I've already called for a motion.
We can discuss that too.
Does anybody want to discuss the call for a motion? Thank you. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you very much. Motion made by Councilmember Sabathia, seconded by Councilmember Friels. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Friels,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you very much. May I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Thank you. No closing discussions. May I have a second, please? I'm sorry. We don't have a second. We have a comment and which we don't have.
I have a motion.
Second.
Thank you. Sorry. Motion made by Councilmember Friel, seconded by Councilmember Sabathia. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Friels,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez. Sure. Councilmember Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
Tomorrow, I have patience and this is ridiculous.
Yeah, for me, this, I started the meetings and then this is the first place I've seen it.